The moment is upon us. Kairos has arrived. Welcome today to Dreaming of a Warden. Here we will be continuing on with our gameplay of Roadwarden, but preceding that, we'll be starting back with the Dream-Quest of Unknown Kadath. The H.P. Lovecraft novel, which is, in many's opinion, and I think it's a fair one, the culmination of the dream cycle which he had spent several pieces taking the time to elucidate the sorts of roles and positions that have made up the life and times of course, the focal point, Randolph Carter, but also the Dreamlands writ large. Alongside, we have just made it to the end of exploring the Pelt of the North Inn for the first time, getting our feet properly set down within the great wildernesses of that unknown continent in Roadwarden, which we shall come indeed to know. Introductions aside, to the regular housekeeping, like I had mentioned, I am going to be taking an additional week off, and that means that we will not have a stream on the 11th of October, and it would appear, excuse me, we will not be having a stream on the 8th of October, and we might not have one on the 15th. Not certain about that, we shall see. Regardless of the case, it will be something that is simply a one-time thing, not a regular scheduling effect, and that would be for some company I'm going to have over. That aside, I am continuing the process of accumulating some fine folks' artistic pieces, and we may very well have some pieces, some selections for our segment where we show a little write-up on the drive, design, and development that brought about certain pieces into this fine realm of artistry that at least those of us that appreciate the material of this channel and things like it constitutes the realm of the arts. But without further ado, per the title, Dreaming of a Warden, we will begin with a good sum at the Dream Quest of Unknown Kadath. Not sure why that's tripping me up. But no matter. The Dream Quest of Unknown Kadath. I actually know that there's a specific way to pronounce this. And I think it's either Kadath or Kadath. I should look that up right now. And I will, because Lovecraft was somewhat particular about the way that he did his pronunciations. And reasonably so. Although the phonetics could be a little bit more forgiving, we'll say. Okay, I was very close indeed. Kadath. The Dream Quest of Unknown Kadath by H.P. Lovecraft. Narrated by Kairos of the Threefold Manifold. 17th of September, 2024. Published in Beyond the Wall of Sleep, Sauk City, Wisconsin. Arkham House, 1943. Pages 76 through 135. Through 134. 3 times Randolph Carter dreamed of the marvelous city, and 3 times was he snatched away while he still paused on the high terrace above it. All golden and lovely it blazed in the sunset, with walls, temples, colonnades, and arched bridges of veined marble, silver basined sil- all golden and lovely it blazed in the sunset, with walls, temples, colonnades, and arched bridges. All golden and lovely it blazed in the sunset, with walls, temples, colonnades, and arched bridges of veined marble, silver basined fountains of prismatic spray in broad squares, and perfumed gardens and wide streets marching between delicate trees, and blossom-laden urns and ivory statues in gleaming rows, while on step eh, I see. While on steep while on steep northward slopes climbed tiers of red roofs and old peaked gables harboring little lanes of grassy cobbles. It was a fever of a go- It was a fever of the gods, a fanfare of supernal trumpets, and a clash of immortal cymbals. It was a fever of the gods. Hmm. Thought I heard a car for a second. Yeah, it's passing by, though, rather quietly. It was a fever of the gods, a fanfare of supernal trumpets, and a clash of immortal cymbals. Mystery hung about it as clouds. Mystery hung about it as clouds about a fabulous unvisited mountain, and as Carter stood breathless and expectant on that balustraded parapet, there swept up to him the poignancy and suspense of almost vanished memory, the pain of lost things, and the maddening need to place again what once had been an awesome and momentous place. He knew that for him its meaning must once he knew that for him its meaning once he knew that for him its meaning must once have been supreme, though in what cycle or incarnation he had known it, or whether in dream or in waking, he could not tell. Vaguely, it called up glimpses. Vaguely, it called up glimpses of a far-forgotten first youth, when wonder and pleasure lay in all the mystery of days, and dawn and dusk alike strode forth prophetic to the eager sound of lutes and song, unclosing fiery gates towards further and surprising marvels. But each night, but each night, as he stood on that high marble terrace with the curious urns and carven rail, and looked off over that hushed sunset city of beauty and unearthly imminence, he felt the bondage of dreams. Tyrannous gods, for in no wise could he leave that lofty spot or descend the wide marmoreal fight. Hmm. I'm not sure if that's intended to be fights or flights. I would assume so. Let me double check that right quick. I guess I can't select in that way. Interesting. Hmm. There we go. All right, now let's try that again. I suppose that is right. Allow me to double check quickly. A bit of a content warning, by the way. Not only is this written in the 20s, but it also brings about some of that language, dispositions, and recollections of various peoples and cultural groups. I am sorry, unfortunately, that it is so. H.P. Lovecraft was a character, and that character was not always becoming of one who is so capable of phenomenal prose and even some poetic verse. But that does seem to be the appropriate line. For in no wise could he leave that lofty spot, or descend the wide marmoreal fights flung endlessly down to where those streets of elder witchery lay outspread and beckoning. For in no wise could he leave that lofty spot, or descend the wide marmoreal fights flung endlessly down to where those streets of elder witchery lay outspread and beckoning. For when for the third time he awakened with those flights still undescended and those hushed sunset streets still untraversed, he prayed long and earnestly to the hidden gods of dream that brood capricious above the clouds on unknown Kadath, in the cold waste where no man treads. Where the gods But the gods made no answer and shewed no relenting, nor did they give any favoring signs when he prayed to them in dream and invoked them sacrificially through the bearded priests of Nasht and Kamanta, whose cavern temple with its pillar of flame lies not far from the gates of the waking world. It seemed, however, that his prayers must have been adversely heard, for after even the first of them he ceased wholly to behold the marvelous city, as if 3 glimpses from afar had been mere accidents or oversights, and against some hidden plan or wish of the gods. At length, sick with longing for those glittering sunset streets and cryptical hill lanes among ancient tiled roofs, nor able sleeping or waking to drive them from his mind, Carter resolved to go with bold entreaty whither no man had gone before, and dare the icy deserts through the dark to where unknown Kadath, veiled in cloud and crowned with unimagined stars, holds secret and nocturnal the onyx castle of the great ones. In light slumber, he descended the 70 steps to the cavern of flame and talked of his design to the bearded priests, Nasht and Kamanta, and the priests shook their again some archaic language here. I'll need to reference that right quick. I see. Good. And the priests shook their skint-bearing heads and vowed it would be the death of his soul. They pointed out that the great ones had shown already their wish, and that it is not agreeable to them to be harassed by insistent pleas. They reminded him, too, that not only had no man ever been to Kadath, but no man had ever suspected in what part of space it may lie, whether it be in the dreamlands around our own world, or in those surrounding some unguessed companion of formal haunt or Aldebaran. Aldebaran. They reminded him, too, that not only had no man ever been to Kadath, but no man had ever suspected in what part of space it may lie, whether it be in the dreamlands around our own world, or in those surrounding some unguessed companion of formal haunt. Or in those surrounding some unguessed companion of Fomalhaunt or Aldebaran. If in our or in those surrounding some unguessed companion of Fomalhaunt or Aldebaran. If in our dreamland it might conceivably be reached, but only three humans. If in our dreamland it might be conceivably reached, but only three human souls since time began had ever crossed and recrossed the black, impious gulfs to other dreamlands, and of that three, two had come back quite mad. There were in such voyages incalculable local dangers, as well as that shocking final peril which gibbers unmentionably outside the ordered universe, where no dreams reach. That last amorphous blight of nethermost confusion, which blasphemes and bubbles at the center of all infinity, the boundless daemon Sultan Azathoth, whose name no lips dare speak aloud, and who gnaws hungrily in inconceivable unlighted chambers beyond time, amidst the muffled, maddening beating of vile drums and the thin, monotonous whine of accursed flutes, to which detestable pounding and piping dance slowly, awkwardly, and absurdly the gigantic ultimate gods, the blind, voiceless, tenebrous, mindless other gods, whose soul and messengers the crawling chaos, Nyarlathotep. Of these things was Carter warned by the priests of Nasht and Kamanta in the Cavern of Flame, but still he resolved to find the gods of unknown Kadath in the cold waste, wherever that might be, and to win from them the sight and remembrance and shelter of the marvelous sunset city. He knew that his journey would be strange and long, and that the great ones would be against it. But being old in the land of dream, he counted on many useful memories and devices to aid him. So asking a formal blessing of the priests and thinking shrewdly on his course, he boldly descended the 700 steps to the gate of deeper slumber and set out through the enchanted wood. In the tunnels of that twisted wood, whose low prodigious oaks twine groping boughs and shine dim with the phosphorescence of strange fungi, dwell the furtive and secretive Zoogs, who know many obscure secrets of the dream world and a few of the waking world, since the wood at two places touches the lands of men, though it would be disastrous to say where. Certain unexplained rumors, events, and vanishments occur among men where the Zoogs have access, and it is well that they cannot travel far outside the world of dreams. But over the nearer parts of the dream world they pass freely, around, flitting small and brown and unseen and bearing back piquant flitting small and brown and unseen, and bearing back piquant tales to beguile the hours around their hearts in the forests they love. Flitting small and brown and unseen, and bearing back piquant tales to beguile the hours around their hearts in the forest they love. Most of them live in burrows, but some inhabit the trunks of the great trees, and although they live mostly on fungi, it is muttered that they have also a slight taste for meat, either physical or spiritual, for certainly many dreamers have centered entered that wood who have not come out. Carter, however, had no fear, for he was an old dreamer, and had learnt their fluttering language and made many a treaty with them, having found through their help the splendid city of Celephace. In Uth-Nargai, beyond the Tanarian hills, where reigns half the year the great King Coranes, a man he had known by another name in life. Coranes was the one soul who had been to the Star Goals and returned free from madness. Threading now the low phosphorescent aisles between those gigantic trunks, Carter made fluttering sounds in the manner of the Zoogs, and listened now and then for responses. He remembered one particular village of the creatures was in the center of the wood, where a circle of great mossy stones in what was once a cleaning He remembered one particular village of the creatures was in the center of the wood, where a circle of great mossy stones in what was once a cleaning tells of older. I refuse to believe that was the original intention. He remembered one particular village of the creatures in the center. He remembered one particular village of the creatures was in the center of the wood, where a circle of great mossy stones in what was once a clearing tells of older and more terrible dwellers long forgotten, and toward this spot he hastened. He traced his way by the grotesque fungi, which always seem better nourished as one approaches the dread circle, where elder beings danced and sacrificed. Finally, the great light of those thicker fungi revealed a sinister green and gray vastness pushing up through the roof of the forest and out of sight. This was the nearest of the great ring of stones, and Carter knew he was close to the Zoog village. Renewing his fluttering sound, he waited patiently, and was at last rewarded by an impression of many eyes watching him. It was the Zoogs, for one sees their weird eyes long before one can discern their small, slippery brown outlines. Out they swarmed from hidden burrow and honeycomb tree, till the whole dim-litten region was alive with them. Some of the wilder ones brushed Carter unpleasantly, and one even nipped loathsomely at his ear, but these lawless spirits were soon restrained by their elders. The Council of Sages, recognizing the visitor, offered a gourd of fermented sap from a haunted tree unlike the others, which had grown from a seed dropped down by someone on the moon, and as Carter drank it ceremoniously, a very strange colloquy began. The Zoogs did not, unfortunately, know where the peak of Kadath lies, nor could they even say where the cold waste is in our dream world. The Zoogs did not, unfortunately, know where the peak of Kadath lies, nor could they even say whether the cold waste is in our dream world or in another. I appreciate the idea of reading this in Uncle Ruckus' voice. And for certain passages, I think that would actually be appropriate. But, no, not today. Not today. I'm glad I caught that while I was awaiting for a car to pass. Thank you. uh, our favorite bussy enjoyer. All right. The Zoogs did not, unfortunately, know where the peak of Kadath lies, nor could they even say whether the cold waste is in our dream world or in another. Rumors of the great old ones equally Rumors of the great old ones came equally from all points, and one might only say that they were likelier to be seen on high mountain peaks than in valleys, since on such peaks they dance reminiscently when the moon is above and the clouds beneath. Then one very ancient Zug recalled a thing unheard of by the others, and said that in Ultar, beyond the river sky, there still lingered the last copy of those inconceivably old Naka. There still lingered Then one very ancient Zug recalled a thing unheard of by the others, and said that in Ultar, beyond the river sky, there still lingered the last copy of those inconceivably old narcotic manuscripts made by waking men in forgotten boreal kingdoms and born into the land of dreams when the hairy cannibal Nockeps. Another one I'm gonna need to look up. I could brute force it and probably be right, but I would rather be correct knowingly. Okay. I was going to be incorrect, but thankfully, Nofkas is how it's gone. And said that in Ultar, beyond the river sky, there still lingered the last copy of those inconceivably old narcotic manuscripts made by waking men in forgotten boreal kingdoms, and born into the land of dreams when the hairy cannibal Nofkes overcame many-templed Ulto. I'm also gonna have to look that up. I apologize. This may also become a bit of a dragging one. Okay. Olato. Can do. And said that in Ultar, beyond the river sky, there still lingered the last copy of those inconceivably old narcotic manuscripts made by waking men in forgotten boreal kingdoms, and born into the land and born into the land of dreams when the hairy cannibal Nofkas overcame many-templed Olato and slew all the heroes of the land of Lamar. Those manuscripts, he said, told much of the gods, and besides, in Ultar there were men who had seen the signs of the gods, and even one old priest who had scaled a great mountain to behold them dancing by moonlight. He had failed, though. His companion. He had failed, though his companion had succeeded and perished namelessly. So Randolph Carter thanked the Zoogs, who fluttered amicably and gave him another gourd of moon-tree wine to take with him, and set out through the phosphorescent wood for the other side, where the rushing sky flows down from the slopes of Larion and Hattag, and Nir and Ultar dot the plain. Behind him, furtive and unseen, crept several of the curious Zoogs, for they wished to learn what might befall him and bear back the legend to their people. The vast oaks grew thicker as he pushed on beyond the village, and he looked sharply for a certain spot where they would The vast oaks grew thicker as he pushed on beyond the village, and he looked sharply for a certain spot where they would thin somewhat, standing quite dead or dying among the unnaturally dense fungi and the rotting mold and mushy logs of their fallen brothers. There he would turn sharply aside, for at that spot a mighty slab of stone rests on the forest floor, and those who have dared approach it say that it bears an iron ring 3 feet wide. Remembering the archaic circle of great mossy rocks, and what it was possibly set up for, the Zoogs do not pause near that expansive slab with its huge ring, for they realize that all which is forgotten need not necessarily be dead, and they would not like to see the slab rise slowly and deliberately. Carter detoured at the proper place. Bloody hairs. Cats, as we learn, both a curse and a blessing. Carter detoured to the proper place, and heard behind him the frightened fluttering of some of the more timid Zoogs. He had known they would follow him, so he was not disturbed, for one grows accustomed to the anomalies of these prying creatures. It was twilight when he came to the edge of the wood, and the strengthening glow told him it was the twilight of morning. Over fertile plains, rolling down to the sky, he saw the smoke of cottage chimneys, and on every hand were the hedges and plowed fields and thatched roofs of a peaceful land. Once he stopped at a farmhouse well for a cup of water. And all the dogs barked affrightedly at the inconspicuous Zoogs that crept through the grass behind. At another house, where people were stirring, he asked questions about the gods, and whether they danced upon Larian, but the farmer and his while would only make the elder sign and tell him the way to Nir and Ultar. At noon, he walked through the one broad high street of Nir. I'd like to pronounce it Nir, but I also don't want it to be Nur if it's more properly said such. Nir, okay, was correct. At noon, he walked through the one broad high street of Nir, which he had once visited and which marked his farthest former travels in this direction, and soon afterward he came to the great stone bridge across the sky, into whose central piece the masons had sealed a living human sacrifice when they built it 1,300 years before. Once on the other side, the frequent presence of cats, who all arched their backs at the trailing Zoogs, revealed the near neighbor of Ultar. For in Ultar, according to an ancient and significant law, no man may kill a cat. Very unpleasant. Very pleasant were the suburbs of Ultar, with their little green cottages and neatly fenced farms, and still pleasanter was the quaint town itself, with its old peaked roofs and overhanging upper stories and numberless chimney pots and narrow hill streets where one can see old cobbles wherever the graceful cats afford space enough. Carter, the cats being somewhat dispersed by the half-seen Zoogs, picked his way directly to the modest temple of the Elder Ones, where the priests and old records were said to be, and once within that venerable circular tower of ivied stone which crowns Ultar's highest hill, he sought out the patriarch, Atal, who had been up the forbidden peak, Katagkia, in the stony desert, and had come down again, alive. Atal, seated on an ivory day, in a festooned shrine at the top of the temple, was fully 3 centuries old, but still very keen of mind and memory. From him Carter learned many things about the gods, but mainly that they were indeed only Earth's gods, ruling feebly over our dreamland and having no power or habitation elsewhere. They might, Atal said, heed a man's prayer if in good humor, but one must not think of climbing to their onyx stronghold atop Kadath in the cold. They might, Atal said, heed a man's prayer if in good humor, but one must not think of climbing their onyx stronghold atop Kadath in the closed waste. They might, Atal said, heeding a man's prayer if in good humor. They might, Atal said, heed a man's prayer if in good humor, but one must not think of climbing to their onyx stronghold atop Kadath in the closed. But one must not think of climbing to their onyx stronghold atop Kadath in the cold waste. It was very lucky that no man knew where Kadath towers, for the fruits of ascending it would be It was lucky that no man knew where Kadath towers. It was lucky that no man knew where Kadath towers, for the fruits of ascending it would be very grave. Atal's companion, Bani the Wise, had been drawn screaming into the sky for climbing merely the known peak of Hatagkia, when unknown Kadath, if ever found. Atal's companion, Bani the Wise, had been drawn screaming into the sky for climbing merely the known peak of Katagkia. With unknown Kadath, if ever found, matters would be much worse. For although Earth's gods may sometimes be surpassed by a wise mortal, they are protected by the other gods. They are protected by the other gods from outside, whom it is better not to discuss. At least twice in the world's history, the other gods set their seal upon Earth's primal granite, once in antediluvian times, as guessed from a drawing in those parts of the Nakhotic manuscripts too ancient to be read, and once on Hatagkia, where Barzai the Wise tried to see Earth's gods dancing by moonlight. So, Atal said, it would be much better to let all gods alone, except in tactful prayers. Carter, though disappointed by Atal's discouraging advice and by the meager help to be found in the Nakhotic manuscripts and the 7 cryptical books of Hassan, did not wholly despair. First, he questioned the old priest about the marvelous sunset city seen from the railed terrace, thinking that perhaps he might find it without the god's aid. But Atal could tell him nothing. Probably, Atal said, the place belonged to his especial dream world, and not to the general land of vision that many know, and conceivably it might be on another planet. In that case, Earth's gods could not guide him if they would. In that case, Earth's gods could not guide him if they would. But this was not likely, since the stopping of the dreams shewed since the stopping of the dreams shewed pretty clearly that it was something the Great Ones wished to hide from him. But this was not likely, since the stopping of the dreams shewed pretty clearly that it was something the Great Ones wished to hide from him. Then Carter did a wicked thing, offering his guileless host so many draughts of Then Carter did a wicked thing, offering his guileless host so many draughts of the moon wine which the Zoogs had given him that the old man became irresponsibly talkative. Robbed of his reserve, poor Atal babbled freely of forbidden things, telling of a great image reported by travelers as carved on the solid rock of the mountain Ingranek, on the Isle of Oraib in the southern sea. On the Isle of Oriab in the southern sea, and hinting that it may be a likeness which Earth's gods once wrought of their own features in the days when they danced by moonlight on that mountain. And he hiccuped like, and he hiccuped life what? And he hiccuped likewise that the features of that image are very strange, so that one might easily recognize them, and that they are sure signs of the authentic race of the gods. Now the use of all of this in finding the gods became at once apparent to Carter. It is known that in disguise the younger among the Great Ones often espouse the daughters of men, so that around the borders of the cold waste wherein stands Kadath, the peasants must all bear their blood. This being so, the way to find that waste must be to see the stone face in Ingranek, and mark the features, then, having noted them with care, to search for such features among living men. Where they are plainest and thickest, there must be gods dwell nearest, and whatever stony waste lies at the back of the villages in that place must be that wherein stands Kadath. Much of the great old ones might be learnt in such regions, and those with their blood might inherit little memories very useful to a seeker. They might not know their parentage, for the gods so dislike to be known among men that none can be found who has seen their faces wittingly. They might not know their parentage, for the gods so dislike to be known among men that none can be found who has seen their faces wittingly, a thing which Carter realized even as he sought to scale Kadath. But they would have queer, lofty thoughts misunderstood by their fellows, and would sing of far places and gardens so unlike any known even in the dreamland, that common folk would call them fools, and from all this one could perhaps learn old secrets of Kadath, or gain hints of the marvelous sunset city which the gods held secret. And more, one might in certain cases seize some well-loved child of a god as hostage, or even capture some young god himself, disguised and dwelling amongst men, with a comely or even capture some young god himself, disguised and dwelling amongst men, with a comely peasant maiden as his bride. Atal, however, did not know how to find Ingranek on the Isle of Oriab, and recommended that Carter follow the singing sky under its bridges down to the southern sea, where no Burgess of Ultar has ever been, but whence the merchants come in boats, or with long caravans of mules and two-wheeled carts. There is a great city there, Dilath Lin, But in Ultar, its reputation... I think I pronounced that rightly. I did look this one up specifically a few days back, but it's never too late for a refresher. Okay, so that was correct. Very good. There is a great city there, Dilatlin, but in Ultar its reputation is bad because of the black three-banked galleys that sail to it with rubies from no clearly named shore. The traders that come from those galleys to deal with the jewelers are human, or nearly so, but the rowers are never beheld, and it is not thought wholesome in Ultar that merchants should trade with the black ships from unknown places whose rowers cannot be exhibited. By the time he had given this information, Atal was very drowsy, and Carter laid him gently on a couch of inlaid ebony, and gathered his long beard decorously on his chest. As he turned to go, he observed that not-so-suppressed fluttering followed him, and wondered why the Zoogs had become so lax in their curious pursuit. Then he noticed all the sleek, complacent cats of Ultar licking their chops with unusual gusto, and recalled the spitting and caterwauling he had faintly heard in lower parts of the temple while absorbed in the old priest's conversation. He recalled, too, the evilly hungering way in which an especially impudent young Zoog had regarded a small black kitten in the cobbled streets outside. And because he loved nothing on earth more than black kittens, he stooped and petted the sleek cats of Ultar as they licked their chops, and did not mourn because those inquisitive Zoogs would escort him no further. Because those inquisitive Zoogs would escort him no farther. It was sunset now, so Carter stopped at an ancient inn on a steep little street overlooking the lower town. As he went out on the balcony of his room and gazed down at the sea of red-tiled roofs and cobbled ways and the pleasant fields beyond, all mellow and magical in the slanted light, he swore that Ultar would be a very likely place to dwell in always, were not the memory of a greater sunset city ever goading one onward towards unknown perils. Then twilight fell, and the pink walls of the plastered gables turned violet and mystic, and little yellow lights floated up one by one from old lattice windows. And sweet bells pealed in the temple tower above, and the first star winked softly above the meadows across the sky. With the night came song, and Carter nodded as the lutenists praised ancient days from beyond the filigreed balconies and tessellated courts of simple Ultar. And there might have been sweetness even in the voices of Ultar's many cats, but they were mostly heavy and silent from strange feasting. Some of them stole off to those cryptical realms which are known only to cats, and which villagers say are on the moon's dark side, whither the cats leap from tall housetops. But one small black kitten crept upstairs and sprang in Carter's lap to purr, and play, and curled up and sprang in Carter's lap to purr and play, and sprang in Carter's lap to purr and play, and sprang in Carter's lap to purr and play, and curled up near his feet when he lay down at last on the little couch whose pillows were stuffed with fragrant, drowsy herbs. In the morning, Carter joined a caravan of merchants bound for Dylath-Lin, with the spun wool of Ulthar and the cabbages of Ulthar's busy farms. And for 6 days they rode with tinkling bells on the smooth road beside the sky, stopping some nights at the inns of little quaint fishing towns, and on other nights camping under the stars while snatches of boatmen's songs came from the placid river. The country was very beautiful, with green hedges and groves and picturesque peaked cottages and octagonal windmills, and octagonal windmills. On the 7th day, a blur of smoke rose on the horizon ahead, and then the tall black towers of Dylath-Lin, which is built mostly of basalt. Dylath-Lin, with its thin, angular towers, looks in the distance like a bit of a Dylath-Lin, with its thin, angular towers, looks in the distance like a bit of Dylath-Lin, with its thin, angular towers, looks in the distance like a bit of the Giant's Causeway, and its streets are dark, and uninviting. There are many dismal sea taverns near the myriad wharves, and all the town is thronged with the strange seamen of every land on earth, and of a few which are said to be not on earth. Carter questioned the oddly robed men of that city about the peak of Ingranek on the Isle of Oriab, and found that they knew of it well. Ships came from Baharna on that isle, one being due to return thither in only a month, and Ingranek is but 2 days' zebra ride from that port. But few had seen the stone face of the god, because it is on a very difficult side of Ingranek, which overlooks only sheer crags and a valley of sinister lava. Once the gods were angered with men on that isle, and spoke of the matter to the other gods. It was hard to get this in... Perhaps I will restart that. Ships came from Baharna on that isle, one being due to return thither in only a month, and Ingranek is but 2 days' zebra ride from that port. But few had seen the stone face of the god, because it is on a very difficult side of Ingranek, which overlooks only sheer crags and a valley of sinister lava. Once the gods were angered with men on that side, and spoke of the matters to the other gods. It was hard to get this information from the traders and sailors in Dylath-Lin's sea taverns, because they mostly preferred to whisper of the black galleys. One of them was due in a week with rubies from its unknown shore, and the townsfolk dreaded to see it dock. The mouths of the men who came from it to trade were too wide, and the way their turbans were humped up in 2 points above their foreheads was in especially bad taste. And their shoes were the shortest and queerest thing ever seen in the 6 kingdoms. But worst of all was the matter of the unseen rowers. Those three banks of oars moved too briskly. And accurately and vigorously to be comfortable, and it was not right for a ship to stay in port for weeks while the merchants traded, yet to give no glimpse of its crew. It was not fair to the tavern keepers of Dylath-Lin, or to the grocers and butchers either, for not a scrap of provisions were ever sent aboard. The merchants took only gold and stout black slaves from Parg across the river. That was all they ever took, those unpleasantly featured merchants and their unseen rowers. Never anything from the butchers and grocers, but only gold, and the fat black men of Parg, whom they bought by the pound. And the odors from those galleys which the south wind blew in from the wharves are not to be described. Only by constantly smoking strong fag-weed could even the hardiest denizens of the old sea taverns bear them. Dilathleen would never have tolerated the black galleys had such rubies been obtainable elsewhere, but no mine in all of Barth's dreamland was known to produce their like. Of these things, Dilathleen's cosmopolitan folk chiefly gossiped while Carter waited. Of all these things, Dilathleen's cosmopolitan folk chiefly gossiped, while Carter waited patiently for the ship from Baharna, which might bear him to the isle whereon Cavern Ingren, which might bear him to the isle whereon Carven Ingrenek towers lofty and barren. Meanwhile, he did not fall to seek through the haunts of far travelers for any tales. Meanwhile, he did not fail to seek through the haunts of far travelers for any tales that might have concerning. Meanwhile, he did not fail to seek through the haunts of far travelers for any tales they might have concerning Kadath in the cold waste, or a marvelous city of marble walls and silver fountains seen below terraces in the sunset. Of these things, however, he learned nothing, though he once thought that a certain old slant-eyed merchant looked queerly intelligent when the cold waste was spoken of. This man was reputed to trade with the horrible stone villages on the icy desert plateaus of Leng, which no healthy folk visit, and whose evil fires are seen at night from afar. He was even rumored to have dealt with that high priest not to be described, which wears a yellow silken mask over its face, and dwells all alone in a prehistoric stone monastery. That such a person might well have had nibbling traffic with such beings as may conceivably dwell in that cold waste was not to be doubted, but Carter soon found that it was no use questioning him. Then the black galley slipped into the harbor past the basalt whale and the tall lighthouse, silent and alien, and with a strange stench that the south wind drove into the town. Uneasiness rustled through the taverns along the waterfront, and after a while the dark wide-mouthed merchants with humped turbans and short feet clumped stealthily ashore to seek the bazaars of the jewelers. Carter observed them closely and disliked them more the longer he looked at them. Then he saw them drive the stout black men of Parg up the gangplank, grunting and sweating, into that singular galley, and wondered in what lands, or if even any lands at all, those fat, pathetic creatures might be destined to serve. And on the third evening of that galley stay of the uncomfortable merchants, one of the uncomfortable merchants spoke to him, smirking sinfully and hinting of what he had heard in the taverns of Carter's quests. And on the third evening of that galley stay, one of the uncomfortable merchants spoke to him. And on the third evening of that galley stay, one of the uncomfortable merchants spoke to him, smirking sinfully and hinting of what he had heard in the taverns of Carter's quest. smirking sinfully and hinting of what he had heard in the taverns of Carter's quest. He appeared to have knowledge too secret for public telling, and although the sound of his voice was unbearably hateful, Carter felt that the lore of so far a traveler must not be overlooked. He bade him, therefore, be his guest in locked chambers above, and drew out the last of the Zoog's moon wine to loosen his tongue. The strange merchant drank heavily, but smirked. I did actually rearrange my desk, and I think that has played a part in reducing some of the sound. But it would still be picked up by the mic. The strange merchant drank heavily, but smirked unchanged by the draught. Then he drew forth a curious bottle with wine of his own, and Carter saw that the bottle was a single hollowed-out ruby, grotesquely carved in patterns too fabulous to be comprehended. He offered his wine to his host, and though Carter took only the least sip, he felt the dizziness of space and the fever of unimagined jungles. All the while the guest had been smiling more and more broadly, and as Carter slipped into blankness, the last thing he ever saw was that dark, odious face convulsed with evil laughter and something quite unspeakable. Another one in the distance. Could probably hear it even now. Once more, all the while the guest had been smiling more and more broadly, and as Carter slipped into blankness, the last thing he saw was that dark, odious face convulsed with evil laughter, and something quite unspeakable where one of the two frontal puffs of that orange turban had become disarranged with the shakings of that epileptic mirth. Carter next had consciousness amidst horrible odors beneath a tent-like awning on the deck of a ship, with the marvelous coasts of the southern sea flying by in unnatural swiftness. He was not chained, but three of the dark sardonic merchants stood grinning nearby, and the sight of those humps in their turbans made him almost faint. And the sight of those humps in their turbans made him almost as faint as did the stench that filtered up through the sinister hatches. He saw slip past him the glorious lands and cities of which a fellow dreamer of earth, a lighthouse keeper in ancient Kingsport, had often discoursed in the old days, and recognized the templed terraces of Zak, abode of forgotten dreams, the spires of infamous Thalarion, that Daemon city of 1,000 wonders, where the Eidolon Lathi reigns, the charnel gardens of Zura, land of pleasures unattained, and the twin headlands of crystal meeting above in a resplendent arch, which guard the harbor of Sona Nil, blessed land of fancy. Past all these gorgeous lands, the malodorous ship flew unwholesomely, urged by the abnormal strokes of those unseen rowers below. And before the day was done, Carter saw that the steersman could have no other goal than the basalt pillars of the west, beyond which simple folk say splendid Katuria lies, but which wise dreamers well know are the gates of a monstrous cataract, wherein the oceans of Earth's dreamland drop wholly to abysmal nothingness and shoot through the empty spaces toward the other worlds and other stars and the awful voids outside the ordered universe where the daemon sultan Azathoth gnaws hungrily in chaos amid pounding and piping and the hellish dancing of the other gods, blind, voiceless, tenebrous, and mindless, with their soul and messenger, Nyarlathotep. Meanwhile, the three sardonic merchants would give no word of their intent, though Carter well knew that they must be leagued with those who wished to hold him from his quest. Even with the disruptions, we are making good time. Page 9 of 69. You know, with all of the tumult of the engine, you'd think they'd go by quicker. I think it's distant enough now. Meanwhile, the three sardonic merchants would give no word of their intent, though Carter knew well that they must be leagued with those who wish to hold him from his quest. It is understood in the land of dreams that the other gods have many agents moving among men, and all these agents, whether whom wholly human or slightly less than human, are eager to work the will of those blind and mindless things in return for the favor of their hideous soul and messenger, the crawling chaos, Nyarlathotep. So Carter inferred that the merchants of the humped turbans, hearing of his daring search for the great ones in their castle of Kadath, had decided to take him away and deliver him to Nyarlathotep for whatever nameless bounty might be offered for such a prize. What might be the land of those merchants in our known universe or in the eldritch spaces outside, Carter could not guess, nor could he imagine at what hellish trysting place they would meet the crawling chaos to give him up and claim their reward. He knew, however, that no beings as nearly human as these would dare approach the ultimate knighted throne of the daemon, Azathoth, in the formless central void. He knew, however, that no beings as nearly human as these would dare approach the ultimate knighted throne of the daemon, Azathoth, in the formless central void. At the set of the sun, the merchants licked their excessively wide lips and glared hungrily, and one of them went below and returned from some hidden and offensive cabin with a pot and a basket of plates. At the set of the sun, the merchants licked their excessively wide lips and glared hungrily, and one of them went At the set of the sun, the merchants licked their excessively wide lips and glared hungrily, and one of them went below and returned from some hidden and offensive cabin with a pot and basket of plates. Then they squatted close together beneath the awning and ate the smoking meat that was passed around. But when they gave Carter a portion, he found something very terrible in the size and shape of it, so that he turned even paler than before, and cast that portion into the sea where no eye was upon him. So that he turned even paler than before, and cast that portion into the sea when no eye was on him. And again he thought of those unseen rowers beneath, and of the suspicious nourishment from which their far too mechanical strength was derived. Then they squatted close together beneath the awning and ate the smoking meat that was passed around. But when they gave Carter a portion, he found something very terrible in the size and shape of it, so that he turned even paler than before and cast that portion into the sea when no eye was on him. And again he thought of those unseen rowers beneath, and of the suspicious nourishment from which their far too mechanical strength was derived. It was dark when the galley passed betwixt the basalt pillars of the west, and the sound of the ultimate cataract swelled portentous from ahead. And the spray of that cataract rose to obscure the stars, and the deck grew. And the spray of that cataract rose to obscure the. And the spray of that cataract rose to obscure the stars. And the spray of that cataract rose to obscure the stars, and the deck grew damp, and the vessel reeled in the surging current of the brink. Then, with a queer whistle and plunge, the leap was taken, and Carter felt the terrors of nightmare as earth fell away, and the great boat shot silent and comet-like into planetary space. Never before had he known what shapeless black things lurk and caper and flounder all through the aether, leering and grinning at such voyagers as may pass, and sometimes feeling about with slimy paws when some moving object excites their curiosity. These are the nameless larvae of the other gods, and like them are blind and without mind, and possessed of singular hungers and thirsts. But that offensive galley did not aim as far as Carter had feared, for he soon saw the helmsman was steering a course directly for the moon. The moon was a crescent shining larger and larger as they approached it, and shewing its singular craters and peaks uncomfortably. The ship made for the edge, and it soon became clear that its destination was that secret and mysterious side which is always turned away from the earth, and which no fully human person, save perhaps the dreamer Sneer-at-Co, has ever beheld. The close aspect of the moon and the galley drew near proved The close aspect of the moon as the galley drew near proved the close aspect of the moon as the galley the close aspect the close aspect of the moon as the galley drew near proved very disturbing to Carter, and he did not like the size and shape of the ruins which crumbled here and there. The dead temples on the mountains were so placed that they could have glorified no suitable or wholesome gods, and in the symmetries of the broken columns there seemed to be some dark and inner meaning which did not invite solution. And what the structure and proportions of the olden worshippers could have been, Carter steadily refused to conjecture. Thank you completely, nobody. I do find that it is challenging, and that's actually what I prefer about it. It's good stuff. Very good stuff indeed. But to be commented on, perhaps once we find a good breaking point. Thank you for your vote of confidence. And here immediately, another blaring engine. Well, in the meantime, yes, very Baroque, very purple, which I actually prefer. It brings out the most evocative and conscriptive features of the literature, and that it does not simply allow one to fumble floppily through it, flaccidly through the work, and meander into whatever conclusion that they might very well, even with the capacity for the individual to bring out their own ideation, vision, properly of the surrounding scenery. It necessitates, pushes into a mold the things that Lovecraft himself even would say in many stories is entirely and completely unnameable. But now the car's passed, or truck more likely. When the ship rounded the edge and sailed over those lands unseen by man, there appeared in the queer landscape certain signs of life, and Carter saw many low, broad, round cottages and fields of grotesque whitish fungi. He noticed. Perhaps again. When the ship rounded the edge and sailed over those lands unseen by man, there appeared in the queer landscape certain signs of life, and Carter saw many low, broad, round cottages and fields of grotesque whitish fungi. He noticed that these cottages had no windows, and thought that their shape suggested the huts of Esquimaux is what I want to say that it is. Eskimo? Is that it? Okay, cool. That was right in that one. Eskimo. Then he glimpsed the oily waves of a sluggish sea, and knew that the voyage was once more to be by water, or at least through some liquid. The galley struck the surface with a peculiar sound, and the odd elastic way the waves received it was very perplexing to Carter. They now slid along at great speed, once passing and hailing another galley of kindred form, but generally seeing nothing but the curious sea and a sky that was black and star-strewn, even though the sun shone scorchingly in it. There presently rose ahead the jagged hills of a leprous-looking coast, and Carter saw the thick, unpleasant gray towers of a city. Some authors' words are like planks and nails. Lovecraft's words are more like great stone slabs hauled into place, not easily built with. And yep, a racially insensitive word. Oh, it's strewn with them, all of his works. He's just like that, as it happens to be. And I agree with you about the stonesome nature of his specific stylings. But once more, it's a great preference of mine. I would vastly prefer there be undeniable and incontestable substance to a piece rather than, uh, you know, planks and nails. Something flimsy. But I think that car is past. Then where were we? I might as well start back at the top. There presently rose ahead the jagged hills of a leprous-looking coast, and Carter saw the thick, unpleasant great towers of a city. The way they leaned and bent, the manner in which they were clustered, and the fact that they had no windows at all, was very disturbing to the prisoner, and he bitterly mourned the folly which had made him sip the curious wine of that merchant with the humped turban. As the coast drew nearer, and the hideous stench of that city grew stronger, he saw upon the jagged hills many forests, some of whose trees he recognized as akin to that solitary moon tree in the enchanted wood of earth, from whose sap the small brown zoogs fermented their curious wine. I believe that I did read the line paragraph here previous to this, but I'll be sure of that. They now slid along at great speed, once passing and hailing another galley of kindred form, but generally seeing nothing but the curious sea and a sky that was black and star-strewn, even though the sun shone scorchingly in it. Carter could now distinguish moving fingers on the noisome wharves ahead, and the better he saw them, the worse he began to fear and detest them. For they were not men at all, or even approximately men, but great grayish-white slippery things which could expand and contract at will, and whose principal shape, though it often changed, was that of a sort of toad without any eyes, but with a curious vibrating mass of short pink tentacles on the end of its blunt, vague snout. These objects were waddling busily about with These objects were waddling busily about the wharves, moving bales and crates and boxes with preternatural strength, and now and then hopping on. These objects were waddling busily about the wharves, moving bales and crates and boxes with preternatural strength, and now and then hopping on or off some anchored galley with long oars in their forepaws. And now and then one would appear driving a herd of clumping slaves, which indeed were approximate human beings with wide mouths like those merchants who traded in Dilatline. Only these herds, being without turbans or shoes or clothing, did not seem so very human at all. Some of the slaves, the fatter ones, whom a sort of overseer would pinch experimentally, were unloaded from ships and nailed in crates, which workers pushed into the low warehouses or loaded on great lumbering vans. Once a van was hitched and driven off, and the four Once a van was hitched and driven off, and the fabulous thing which drew it was such that Carter gasped, and even after having seen the other monstrosities of that hateful place. Now and then, a small herd of slaves, dressed and turbaned like the dark merchants, would be driven aboard a galley, followed by a great crew of the slippery toad things as officers, navigators, and rowers. And Carter saw that the almost human creatures were reserved for more ignominious kinds of servitude, which required no strength, such as steering and cooking, fetching and carrying, and bargaining with men on the earth or other planets where they traded. These creatures must have been convenient on earth, for they were truly not unlike men when dressed and carefully shod and turbaned, and could haggle in the shops of men without embarrassment or curious explanations. But most of them, unless lean or ill-favored, were unclothed and packed in crates and drawn off in lumbering lorries by fabulous things. Occasionally, other beings were unloaded and crated, some very like these semi-humans, some not so similar, and some not similar at all. And he wondered if any of the poor stout black men of Parg were left to be unloaded and crated and shipped inland in those obnoxious drays. Hey, welcome to. Thank you for the subscription. I look forward to doing this for many days to come. Glad to have you. Occasionally, other beings were unloaded and crated, some very like these semi-humans, some not so similar, and some not similar at all. And he wondered if any of the poor, stout black men of Parg were left to be unloaded and crated and shipped inland in those obnoxious drays. When the galley landed at a greasy-looking quay of spongy rock, a nightmare horde of toad things wiggled out of the hatches, and two of them seized Carter. A nightmare horde of toad things wiggled out of the hatches, and two of them seized Carter and dragged him ashore. The smell and aspect of that city are beyond telling, and Carter held only scattered images of the tiled streets and black doorways and endless precipices of gray vertical walls without windows. At length, he was dragged within a low doorway and made to climb infinite steps in pitch blackness. It was apparently all one to the toad things. It was apparently all one to the toad things whether it were light or dark. The odor of the place was intolerable, and when Carter was locked into a chamber and left alone, he scarcely had strength to crawl around and ascertain its form and dimensions. It was circular and about 20 feet across. From then on, time ceased to exist. At intervals, food was pushed in, and Carter would not touch it. What his fate would be, he did not know, but he felt that he was held for the coming of that frightful soul and messenger of a... But he felt he... What his fate would be, he did not know, but he felt that he was held for the coming of that frightful soul and messenger of infinity's other gods, the crawling chaos, Nyarlathotep. Finally, after an unguessed span of hours or days, the great stone door swung wide again, and Carter was shoved down the stairs and out into the red-litten streets of that fearsome city. It was night on the moon, and all through the town were stationed slaves bearing torches. From then on, time ceased to exist. At intervals, food was pushed in, but Carter would not touch it. What his fate would be, he did not know, but he felt that he was held for the coming of that frightful soul and messenger of infinity's other gods, the crawling chaos Nyarlathotep. Finally, after an unguessed span of hours or days, the great stone door swung wide again, and Carter was shoved down the stairs and out into the red-litten streets of that fearsome city. It was night on the moon, and all through the town were stationed slaves bearing torches. In a detestable square, a sort of procession was formed. 10 of the toad things and 24 almost human torchbearers, 11 on either side, and 1 each before and behind. Carter was placed in the middle of the line, 5 toad things ahead and 5 behind, and 1 almost human torchbearer on either side of him. Certain of the toad things produced disgustingly carven flutes of ivory and made loathsome sounds. To that hellish piping, the column advanced out of the tiled streets and into nighted plains of obscene fungi, soon commencing to climb one of the lower and more gradual hills that lay behind the city. That on some frightful slope or blasphemous plateau the crawling chaos waited, Carter could not doubt, and he wished that the suspense might soon be over. The whining of those impious flutes was shocking, and he would have given worlds for even half normal sound. But these toad things had no voices, and the slaves did not talk. Then, through the star-specked darkness, there did come a normal sound. It rolled from the higher hills, and from all the jagged peaks around, it was caught up and echoed in the swelling pandemoniac chorus. It was the midnight yell of the cat. And Carter knew at last that the old village folk were right when they made low. And Carter knew at last that the village. And Carter knew at last that the old village folk were right when they made low guesses about the cryptical realms which are known only to cats, and which the elders among cats repair by stealth nocturnally, springing from high housetops. Verily, it is to the moon's dark side that they go to leap, and gambol on the hills and converse with ancient shadows, and here amidst that column of fatted things Carter heard their homely, friendly cry, and thought of the steep roofs, and warm hearths, and little lighted windows of home. And a vehicle there at the very end. Gives time for coffee, anyway. A little whetting to the voice. In these trying times of seasonal change and hurricanes. It was the midnight yell of the cat, and Carter knew at last that the old village folk were right when they made their when they made their low when they made low guesses about the cryptical realms which are known only to cats, and to which the elders among cats repair by stealth nocturnally, springing from high housetops. Verily, it is to the moon's dark side that they go to leap and gambol on the hills and converse with ancient shadows, and here amidst that column of fetid things, Carter heard their homely, friendly cry, and thought of the steep roofs and warm hearths and little lighted windows of home. Now, much of the speech of cats was known to Randolph Carter. Now, much of the speech of cats was known to Randolph Carter, and in this far terrible place he uttered the cry that was suitable. But that he need not have done, for even as his lips opened, he heard the chorus wax and draw nearer, and saw swift shadows against the stars as graceful shapes leaped from hill to hill in gathering legions. The call of the clan had been given, and before the foul procession had time even to be frightened, a cloud of smothering fur. The call of the clan had been given, and before the foul procession had The call of the clan had been given, and before the foul procession had time even to be frightened, a cloud of smothering fur and a phalanx of murderous claws were tidily and tempestuously upon it. The flute stopped, and there were shrieks in the night. Dying, almost humans screamed, and cats spit and yowled and roared, but the toad things made never a sound as their stinking green ichor oozed fatally upon that porous earth with the obscene fungi. It was a stupendous sight while the torches lasted, and Carter had never before seen so many cats. Black, gray, and white, yellow, tiger, and mixed, common, Persian, and Marex. I should probably look that one up too. Where do we go? My goodness, I really did lose my place. There we are. While I'm looking at that, taking a peek up at chat. A lesser-known story indeed, nobody, if you don't mind that. I could also go with completely, or the full name if you prefer. But yes, an interesting selection indeed. I consider that the Quest to Unknown Kadath, while it is indeed very obscure, to most who do appreciate Lovecraft's work, they do, unfortunately, know him for such specifically short tales, uh, as some of his short stories, like his one about the scientist, or even some of his longer pieces that are, I don't think, nearly as expressive of his ultimate vision, his ultimate conception of the mystic ethereal realms of dream as a whole, like The Color Out of Space. Although I have heard that that was his favorite. I have heard that that is his favorite piece that he has written. And I understand why. Just listened to it the other day in full rather than in part. But I don't know. Bringing to bear an entire realm which is entirely and completely defined by Lovecraft's own look into this scenario, this metaphysic of his own. I think that it's easily the best pick. Oh, certainly. I think it does have some characteristics in relation to Japanese isekai story, at least from what I've heard of them. Uh, and I don't think I've heard of the one on Mars. I did recently listen to, or yes, listen to one of the Mars stories of the one where the fellow gets trapped in the invisible labyrinth, but I don't think I've heard of the one specifically of John Carter. And it looks like, yes, unfortunately, the little menu does tend to blot out what is said in the chat. Let me come back over to it. Yeah, nobody is fine, that's for sure. Especially in these stories. But I did find the pronunciation for that. Let me come back to it. The evocative emotion of his work is most often dread. This one is wonder or curiosity. I am inclined to agree, but I think actually it presents a fantastic mix of both. What is so winning about this story so far? And I know I'm ahead of it, but I've already listened to the story a couple of times because it's such a dense and, I think, profound piece. And this will certainly serve a better commentary than trying to surmise it all in one. So I thank you for the provocation. What I think is so profound and especial about the Dream-Quest of Unknown Kadath is that it blends not only the typical dread that everybody knows Lovecraft for, and the terror, I think, that comes along with that, as sometimes the main course and sometimes a supplemental piece, a garnish of sorts. And what I think the very best of every single world that is built, con world, in the vein of constructed language, a constructed world. A con world is that it shows both the absolute brilliancy, the scintillation, the excellence, in addition to all of the misery, trepidation, tribulation that underlies those magnanimous elements and aspects. Far too often, and it does have its own place, I fully admit it. I'm not a sort of absolutist on this front. But the wanton drive to make an extremity of stories, and I do mean stories in specific, not just the worlds that they're contained in, of good or bad, bumping up the contrast to unbelievable magnitudes is a cancer in the overwhelming majority of settings that attempt to produce something that is simulatory, something that is living and breathing. And even worse than that, I think you've seen certain executions of various stories, like my understanding of a lot of Joss Whedon's interpretations and Marvel films today, although I know it's controversial to some and blasé to others to say so, of the Marvel universe taking on irony, to borrow in one of J-Reg's terms, since he's one of my favorite social commentators, irony poisoning. But I digress. Lovecraft in this story brings out vitality in both its grim and beauteous aspects. But I should probably get back to reading. And let me refresh on that pronunciation. I really should have these tabs closer together. And we were at Marix. It was a stupendous sight while the torches lasted, and Carter had never before seen so many cats. Black, gray, and white, yellow, tiger, and mixed, common, Persian, and Marix, Tibetan, Angora, and Egyptian, all were there in the fury of battle, and there hovered over them some trace of that profound and inviolate sanctity. And there hovered over them some trace of that profound and inviolate sanctity, which made their goddess great in the temples of Bubastis. They would leap 7 strong at the throat of an almost human, or the pink tentacled snout of a toad thing, and drag it down savagely to the fungus plain, where myriads of their fellows would surge over it, and into it, with the frenzied claws and teeth of a divine battle fury. Carter had seized a torch from a stricken slave, but was soon overborne by the surging waves of his loyal defenders. Then he lay in the utter blackness, hearing the clangor of war and the shouts of the victors, and feeling the soft paws of his friends as they rushed to and fro over him in the fray. At last, awe and exhaustion closed his eyes, and when he opened them again it was upon a strange scene. The great shining disk of the earth, 13 times greater than that of the moon as we see it, had risen with floods of weird light over the lunar landscape, and across all those leagues of wild plateau and wild crest there squatted one endless sea of cats in orderly array. Circle on circle they reached, and two or three leaders out of the ranks were licking his face and purring to him consolingly. Of the dead slaves and toad things, there were not many signs. But Carter thought he saw one bone a little way off in the open space between him and the warriors. Carter now spoke with the leaders in the soft language of cats, and learned that his ancient friendship with the species was well known and often spoken of in the places where cats congregate. He had not been unmarked in Ultar when he passed through, and the sleek old cats had remembered how he patted them after they had attended to the hungry zoogs. He had not been unmarked in Ultar when he passed through, and the sleek old cats had remembered how he patted them after he had attended to the hungry zoogs who looked evilly at a small black kitten. and the sleek old cats had remembered how he patted them after they had attended to the hungry Zoogs who looked evilly at a small black kitten. And they recalled, too, how he had welcomed the very little kitten who had came to see him at the inn, and how he had given it a saucer of rich cream in the morning before he left. The grandfather of that very little kitten was the leader of the army now assembled, for he had seen the evil procession from a far hill and recognized the prisoner as a sworn friend of his kind on earth and in the land of Dream. A yowl now came from the further peak, and the old leader paused abruptly in conversation. It was one of the army's outposts, stationed on the highest of the mountains to watch the one foe which Earth's cats fear, the very large and peculiar cats from Saturn, who for some reason have not been oblivious of the charm of our moon's dark side. They are leagued by treaty with the evil toad things and are notoriously hostile to our earthly cats, so that at this juncture a meeting would have been a somewhat grave matter. After a brief consultation of generals, the cats rose and assumed a closer formation, crowding protectingly around Carter and preparing to take the great leap through space back to the housetops of Earth in its dreamland. The old field marshal advised Carter to let himself be borne along smoothly and passively in the massed ranks of furry leapers, and told him how to spring when the rest sprang, and land gracefully when the rest landed. He also offered to deposit him in any spot he desired, and Carter decided on the city of Dilath-Leen, whence the Black Galley had set out, for he wished to sail thence for Oriab, and the cavern for he wished to sail thence for Oriab, and the carven crest Ingranek, and also to warn people of the city to have no more traffic with black galleys, if indeed that traffic could be tactfully and judiciously broken off. Then, upon a signal, the cats all leaped gracefully with their friend and packed securely in their midst, while in a black cave on an unhallowed summit of the Moon Mountains still vainly waited the crawling chaos Nyarlathotep. The leap of the cats through space was very swift, and being surrounded by his companions, Carter did not see this time and the great black shapelessness that lurk and caper and flounder in the abyss. Before he fully realized what had happened, he was back in his familiar room at the inn of Dilath-Leen, and the stealthy, friendly cats were pouring out of the window in streams. The old leader from Ulthar was the last to leave, and as Carter shook his paw, he said he would be able to get home by cockcrow. When dawn came, Carter went downstairs and learned that a week had elapsed since his capture and leaving. There was still nearly a fortnight to wait for the ship bound towards Oriab, and during that time he said what he could against the black galleys and their infamous ways. Most of the townsfolk believed him, yet so... Well, while that's going on, let's see here. The evocative emotion of his work is most often dread. Ah, we've already read that. By all means. Yes, I think so. I do, anyway. And I think that I approach specifically this piece, in addition to his whole cosmos, particularly because what I am writing, the settings that I am developing and have developed and played through, at least in its most rudimentary and precursory forms, was so. What there's grimdark and then there's strict fantasy, and I wanted a strong mixture of both that actually made it feel like there's something there. There is a place beyond this, that there is some realm that not only encapsulates the one that we exist in now, but also any that could possibly be dreamt of in any capacity. Which is why it's taking me so long to work on the cosmology in order to support that, actually. The Panatrivium standard model, if you, I presume, since you subscribed during the stream, being a newcomer, or are a newcomer, might not have caught it, but that was something that I presented in an older stream, and it's been entirely around allowing narrative verisimilitude and consistency, while also enabling the most expressive power possible. Well, if you've been running, I should probably read that rather. That's precisely the kind of setting I've been running in a game since the late 90s. Well, please, I implore you, whatever social platform you want, although I do, of course, check Discord most commonly, please add me. Join the Threefold Edifactory server if you'd like. Or find me on Instagram, Twitter, or X, whichever. Um, I don't. I don't think there's a way to message on TikTok, but whatever you prefer. Even hit me up in my email if it's your preference. Ah, heroic horror. I like that. That has a lot of weight behind it, especially philosophically. The conception of heroism blended with horror. But I'd love to talk about it in great detail. And I'd even be willing to key you into a few behind the scenes details that have not been yet put on the stream. Especially as I am finally nearing the end of getting at least the mechanics that come with the hard fluff of the Panatrivium standard model down. X is perfectly fine. I'd be more than happy to see it. But let us continue. Most of the townsfolk believed him, yet so fond were the jewelers of the great rubies that none would wholly promise to cease trafficking with the wide-mouthed merchants. If aught of ever if aught of evil ever befalls Dilath lean through such traffic, it will not be his fault. Bloody hell. Well, I suppose it gives me time to at least come back to the conversation with you. Thank you. Glad to have you here. Maybe eventually on Discord if it's your deal, and on X. Okay, I think the coast is clear finally. Okay. Most of the townsfolk believed him, yet so fond were the jewelers of great rubies that none would wholly promise to cease trafficking with the wide-mouthed merchants. If aught ever If aught of evil ever befalls Dilath lean through such traffic, it will not be his fault. Oh, most certainly. If you'd be inclined, I'd be happy to have you, nobody. I actually just got into contact. I don't know if they would prefer I mention them on stream. I don't know if they would care. I doubt it. But we have another individual who I had spent some time speaking with on Instagram, who had come to join the Threefold Edifactory, and they are a brilliant exemplar of knowledge insofar as my layman's understanding of it, of organic chemistry, and of course the underlying base chemistry to that. In addition to, we had a phenomenal conversation about metaphysics, and that included a lot of logic, which I think any philosophic description should entail. Mm. And I see you in the ethereal ingress. Welcome to, friend. But, okay, let's continue. Finally. If aught of evil ever befalls Dilath lean through such traffic, it will not be his fault. In about a week, the desiderate ship put in by the Black Whale in Tall Lighthouse, and Carter was glad to see. In about a week, the desiderate ship put in by the Black Whale in Tall Lighthouse, and Carter was glad to see that she was a baroque of some. And Carter was glad to see that she was a baroque. Incredible. And Carter was glad to see that she was a bark of wholesome men, with painted sides and yellow lateen sails and a gray captain in silken robes. Her cargo was the fragrant resin of Oriab's inner groves and the delicate pottery baked by the artists of Bahama. And the strange little figures carved from Ingranek's ancient lava. Her cargo was the fragrant resin of Oriab's inner Her cargo was the fragrant resin of Oriab's inner groves, and the delicate pottery baked by the artists of Bahama, and the strange little figures carved from Ingranek's ancient lava. For this they were paid in the wool of Ultar, and the iridescent textiles of Tack, and the ivory that the black men carve across the river in Parg. Carter made arrangements with the captain to go to. Oh, I did read that inappropriately before. I thought that looked unusual. But it does say Bahama there. Okay. Her cargo was the fragrant resin of Oriab's inner groves, and the delicate pottery baked by the artists of Barna, and the strange little figures carved from Ingranek's ancient lava. For this they were paid in the wool of Ultar, and the iridescent textiles of Tack, and the ivory that the black men carve across the river in Parg. Carter made arrangements with the captain to go to Barna, and was told that the voyage would take 10 days. And during his week of waiting, he talked much with that captain of Ingranek, and was told that very few had seen the carven faces thereon, but that most travelers are content to learn its legends from old people and lava gatherers and image makers in Barna, and afterwards say in their far homes that they have indeed beheld it. The captain was not even sure that any person now living had beheld that carven face, for the wrong side of Ingranek is very difficult and barren and sinister, and there are rumors of caves near the peak wherein dwell the night gaunts. But the captain did not wish to say just what a night gaunt might be like, since such cattle are known to haunt most persistently the dreams of. For such cattle are known to. For such cattle. But the captain did not wish to say just what a night gaunt might be like, since such cattle are known to haunt most persistently the dreams of those who think too often of them. Then Carter asked the captain about unknown Kadath and the cold waste, and the marvelous sunset city, but of these the good man could truly tell nothing. Carter sailed out of Dilath one early morning. Carter sailed out of Dilathleen one early morning when the tide turned, and saw the first rays of sunrise on the thin, angular towers of that dismal basalt town, and for 2 days they sailed eastward in sight of green coasts, and saw often the pleasant fishing towns that climbed up steeply, with their red roofs and chimney pots, from old dreaming wharves and beaches, where nets lay drying. My voice is starting to properly go. Or perhaps it's just a bit of work up from the intensity of the narration. Does tend to be the case. You know what? I think I'll actually have a single recess, and then we'll be right back. Are we center? Looks like it. Very good. Okay. And here we are, returning back. And thankfully, I think after a quick sip and a little bit of moving around and not using my voice for a couple of seconds, we can carry on quite readily. But nobody. No pedestrian business there. History is, in and of itself, infinitely applicable to everything, as it is a genuine maxim not simply a little piece of sophistry. The more knowledge you have, the more powerful every other piece of knowledge that you have is. And especially if you are one to produce and manage your own realms, positively. I found it infinitely useful to reference everything from material science to specific pieces of cultural tradition readily. And hello, Egg. Good to see you here again. An old comer and a newcomer meeting in pair. Glad to see it. It is a good time. It is a good narrative. It is a good day, I dare say. That is what we are up to and what is good. And welcome, welcome, welcome to the narration station, indeed. But let us return. So, where we were. Yes. But the captain did not wish to say just what a night gaunt looked. But the captain did not wish to say just what a night gaunt might be like, since such cattle are known to haunt most persistently the dreams of those who think too often of them. Then Carter asked the captain about unknown Kadath, in the cold waste, and the marvelous sunset city, but of these the good man could truly tell nothing. Carter sailed out of Dilatleen one early morning when the tide turned, and saw the first rays of sunrise on the thin angular towers of that dismal basalt town. And for 2 days they sailed eastward in sight of green coasts, and saw often the pleasant fishing towns that climbed up steeply, with their red roofs and chimney pots from old dreaming wharves and beaches where nets lay drying. But on the 3rd day they turned sharply south, where the roll of waters was stronger, and soon passed from sight of any land. On the 5th day the sailors were nervous, but the captain apologized for their fears, saying that the ship was about to pass over the weedy walls and broken columns of a sunken city too old for memory, and that when the water was clear one could see so many moving shadows in that deep place that simple folk disliked it. He admitted, moreover, that many ships had been lost in that part of the sea, having been hailed when quite close to it, but never seen again. That night the moon was very bright, and one could see a great way down in the water. There was so little wind that the ship could not move much, and the ocean was very calm. Looking over the rail, Curtis saw many fathoms deep the dome of the great temple, and in front of it an avenue of unnatural sphinxes, leading to what was once a public square. Dolphins sported merrily in and out of the ruins, and porpoises reveled clumsily here and there, sometimes coming close, sometimes coming to the surface, and leaping clear out of the sea. As the ship drifted on, a little floor of the ocean rose in hills, and one could clearly mark the lines of ancient climbing streets and the washed-down walls of myriad little houses. Then the suburbs appeared, and finally a great lone building on a hill, of simpler architecture than the other structures, and in much better repair. It was dark and low, and covered 4 sides of a square, with a tower at each corner, a paved court in the center, and small curious round windows all over it. Probably it was a basalt, the weeds draped the greater part, and such was its lonely and impressive place on that far hill, that it may have been a temple or a monastery. Some phosphorescent fish inside it gave the small round windows an aspect of shining, and Carter did not blame the sailors for their fears. Then, by the watery moonlight, he noticed an odd high monolith in the middle of that central court, and saw that something was tied to it. And when after getting a telescope from the captain, And when after getting a telescope from the captain's cabin, he saw that that bound thing was a sailor in the silk robes of Oriab, heading down, head downward, and without any eyes, he was glad that a rising breeze soon took the ship ahead. I think that's just an editorial error. And when after getting a telescope from the captain's cabin, he saw that that bound thing was a sailor in the silk robes of Oriab, head downward and without any eyes. He was glad that a rising breeze soon took the ship ahead. He was glad that a rising breeze soon took the ship ahead. Goodness gracious. He was glad that a rising breeze soon took the ship ahead to more healthy parts of the sea. The next day they spoke with the ship with violet sails bound for Zar in the land of forgotten realms, with bulbs of strange colored lilies for cargo. And on the evening of the 11th day, they came in sight of the Isle of Oriab with Ngranek rising jagged and snow-crowned in the distance. Oriab is a very great isle, and its port of Barna, a mighty city. I really hope that I didn't mess that up. Is Barna and Barna separate? Oh, I've got to ask that. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Now, I did record a line with Bahama previously. For part of this. Hmm. Well, whatever the case, I will re-record that later if necessary. I would have sworn, like some other parts, that it might have been an editorial error. So be it. And then another vehicle coming by immediately. Well, on the good side of things, I have taken some good work to the yard, so it is at least better prepared for applying some soundproofing, or sound barriers, I should say. And where were we? There we are. Oribe is a great Oribe is a very great isle, and its port of Bahama a mighty city. The wharves of Bahama are the wharves of Bahama are of porphyry, and the city rises in great stone terraces behind them, having streets of steps that are frequently arched over by buildings and the bridges between buildings. There is a great canal which goes under the whole city in a tunnel, with granite gates, and leads to the inland of Yath. There is a great canal which goes underneath the whole city in a tunnel, with granite gates, and leads to the inland lake of Yath, on whose farther shore are the vast clay-brick ruins of a primal city, whose name is not remembered. As the ship drew into the harbor at evening, the twin beacons, Thon and Thal, gleamed a welcome, and in all the million windows of Bahamas terraces mellow lights peeped out quietly and gradually as the stars peep out overhead in the dusk, till that steep and climbing seaport as the stars peep out overhead in the dusk, till that steep and climbing seaport became a glittering constellation, hung between the stars of heaven and the reflections of those stars in the still harbor. And more vehicles. It's beginning to become quite the trial to find some space between them. The weather has not cooled down sufficiently that traffic is minimized yet, although we'll see how that goes throughout the rest of the month. As the ship drew into the harbor at evening, the twin beacons Thon and Thal gleamed a welcome, and in all the million windows of Bahamas terraces mellow lights peeped out quietly and gradually, as the stars peep out overhead in the dusk, till that steep and climbing seaport became a glittering constellation hung between the stars of heaven and the reflections of those stars in the still harbor. The captain, after landing, made Carter a guest in his own small house on the shores of Yacht, where the rear of the town slopes down to it, and his wife and servants brought strange, toothsome foods for the traveler's delight. And in the days after that, Carter asked for rumors and legends of Ingranec in all the taverns and public places where lava gatherers and image makers meet, but could find no one who had been up the higher slopes or seen the carven face. Ingranec was a hard mountain with only an accursed valley behind it, and besides, one could never depend on the certainty that night gods are altogether fabulous. When the captain sailed back to Dilath Leen, Carter took quarters in an ancient tavern opening on an alley of steps in the original part of the town, which is built out of brick and resembles the ruins of Yacht's further shore. Here he laid the plans for the ascent of Ingranec, and correlated all that he had learned from the lava gatherers about the roads thither. The keeper of the tavern was a very old man, and had learned so many legends that he was a great help. He even took Carter to an upper room in that ancient house and shewed him a crude picture which a traveler had scrawled on the clay wall in the old days, where men were bolder and less reluctant to visit Ingranec's higher Ingranec's Ingranec's higher slopes. The old tavern keeper's great-grandfather had heard from his great-grandfather that the traveler who scratched that picture had climbed Ingranec and seen the carven face, here drawing it for others to behold. But Carter had very great doubts, since the large rough features on the wall were hasty and careless, and wholly overshadowed by a crowd of little companion shapes in the worst possible taste, with horns and wings and claws and curling tails. With the state of my voice at this point, we might have to cut this a lot shorter than I was hoping for. We're on page 15 of 69, but I might have to stretch this out over 3 parts. Not the worst of things, anyway. But I'll try and get us to page, I'll say 20, if we can manage it, and then go over to Roadwarden. But for now... The old tavern keeper's great-grandfather had heard from his great-grandfather that The old tavern keeper's great-grandfather had heard from his great-grandfather that the traveler tavern, the old tavern keep, the old tavern keeper's great-grandfather had heard from his great-grandfather that the traveler who scratched that picture had climbed Ingranek and seen the carven face, here drawing it for others to behold. But Carter had very great doubts, since the large rough features on the wall were hasty and careless, and wholly overshadowed by a crowd of little companion shapes in the worst possible taste, with horns and wings and claws and curling tails. At last, having gained all the information he was likely to gain in the taverns and public places of Bahama, At last, having gained all information he was likely to gain in the taverns and public places of Barna, Carter hired a zebra and set out one morning on the road by Yacht's shore for those inland parts wherein towers stony Ingranek. On his right were rolling hills and pleasant orchards. On his right were rolling hills and pleasant orchards and neat On his right were rolling hills and pleasant orchards and neat little stone farmhouses, and he was much reminded of those fertile fields that flank the sky. By evening, he was near the nameless ancient ruins on Yacht's farther shore, and through old lava gatherers By evening, he was near the nameless ancient ruins on Yacht's farther shore. And though old lava gatherers had warned him not to camp there at night, he tethered his zebra to a curious pillar before a crumbling wall and laid his blanket in a sheltered corner beneath some carvings whose meaning none could decipher. Around him he wrapped another blanket, for the nights are cold in Oribe. And when upon waking, once he thought he felt the wings of some insect brushing his face. He covered his... Around him, he wrapped another blanket, for the nights are cold in Oribe, and when upon awaking once, he thought he felt the wings of some insect brushing his face. He covered his head altogether and slept in peace till roused by the maga birds in distant resin groves. The sun had just come up over the great slope, whereon leagues of primal brick foundations and worn walls and occasional cracked pillars and pedestals stretched down desolate to the shore of Yath, and Carter looked about for his tethered zebra. Great was his dismay to see that docile beast stretched prostrate beside the curious pillar to which it had been tied, and still greater was he vexed on finding that the steed was quite dead, with its blood all sucked away through a singular wound in its throat. His pack had been disturbed, and several shiny knickknacks taken away, and all round on the dusty soil were great webbed footprints, for which he could not in any way account. His pack had been disturbed, and several shiny knickknacks taken away, and all round on the dusty soil were great webbed footprints, for which he could not in any way account. The legends and warnings of lava gatherers occurred to him, and he thought of what had brushed his face in the night. Then he shouldered his pack and strode on toward Ingranek, though not without a shiver when he saw close to him as the highway. Then he shuddered. Then he shouldered his pack and strode on towards Ingranek, though not without a shiver when he saw close to him at the. Then he shouldered his pack and strode on toward Ingranek, though not without a shiver when he saw close to him as the highway passed through the ruins, a great gaping arch low in the wall of an old temple, with steps leading down into darkness, farther than he could peer. And vehicles now. His course now lay uphill, though wilder. His course now lay uphill, through wilder and partly wooded country, and he saw only the haunts of charcoal burners and the camp of those who gathered resin from the groves. The whole air was fragrant with balsam, and all the maga birds blithely as they flashed. Well, while that's going on. So your world building, is it for a writing project? Or a game setting of some sort? Mine is a D&D setting that I started back in '99, when the 3rd edition was released. Well, funny you should say that. Mine started back in 2017 as a homebrew for 5e, but eventually moving further and further away from everything that constituted the standard cosmologies and mythos of Dungeons and Dragons and its associated IPs, well, it was decided eventually might as well do something more significant, more accomplished out of it. I'd always been interested in writing in the first place, and that this was a setting that myself and the other person that I was doing this with, in a strict duet, one player, one GM, well, means we got to explore it a great deal, for years on end, from that 2017 to 2024, increasingly in frequency, until that was our primary, activity that we did, in terms of enjoyment, that is to say. Where there's always movies and series and music and that sort of thing that was a nice sprinkle and punctuation here, none of it ever quite fulfilled the same role as being able to command your own story and interact with the media rather than passively ingest it. So it went from just a simple homebrew to something we hope to make compatible with 5e to, well, now this is something entirely separate. Something entirely different. But I am curious to hear your story, too. And what brought you to start it up and keep it going? But anywho, where were we? His course now lay uphill, though through wilder and partly wooded country, and he saw only the hunts of charcoal burners and the camp of those who gathered resin from the groves. The whole air was fragrant with balsam, and all the maga birds sang blithely as they flashed their 7 colors in the sun. Near sunset, they came on a new camp of lava gatherers, returning with laden sacks from Ingranix. Near sunset, he came on a new camp of lava gatherers, returning with laden sacks from Ingranex's lower slopes. And here, oh boy. They'll go on eventually. Near sunset, he came upon a new camp of lava-gatherers returning with laden sacks from Ingranek's lower slopes, and here he also camped, listening to the songs and tales of the men and overhearing what they whispered about a companion they had lost. He had climbed high to reach a mass of fine lava above him, and at nightfall did not return to his fellows. When they looked for him the next day, they found only his turban, nor was there any sign on the crags below that he had fallen. Bet you can hear that. Yeah. Oh well. When they looked for him the next day, they found only his turban, nor was there any sign on the crags below that he had fallen. They did not search any more, because the old man among them said that it would be of no use. No one ever found what the night gaunts took, though those beasts themselves were so uncertain as to be almost fabulous. Carter asked them if night gaunts sucked blood. And liked shiny things and left webbed footprints, but they all shook their heads negatively and seemed frightened at his making such an inquiry. When he saw how taciturn they had become, he asked them no more, but went to sleep in his blanket. The next day he rose with the lava gatherers and exchanged farewells as they rode west, and he rode east on a zebra he bought of them. Their older men gave him blessings and warnings, and told him he had better not climb too high on Ingranek, but while he thanked them heartily, he was in no wise dissuaded. For still did he feel that he must find the gods on unknown Kadath, and win from them a way to that haunting and marvelous city in the sunset. By noon, after a long uphill ride, he came upon some abandoned brick villages of the hill people who had once dwelt thus close to. Oh, well, that's happening. I was running games since '89. D&D, COC, and World of Darkness games. Vampire the Masquerade, Werewolf the Apocalypse. I'm glad to see somebody going beyond Vampire the Masquerade. Nice. I'd be curious to know if you ever played any of the, what is it? I think it's Wraith, and I forget the subtitle. Wraith the Oblivion? And I used to volunteer at Gen Con when I was still in Milwaukee. Nice! Very nice. All around. The last year, WotC gifted me one of the core rulebooks for 3E. Hey! That's incredible. That week between Xmas and NYE, my friends talked me into starting up a game of 3E. We played in the setting I started that week. We eventually switched to 5E. Since then, I've run several campaigns in the setting. Wow, I always love to hear something long-running. While it is nice to have little things like one-shots and the sort, there's something that is truly magic to me about being able to delve truly into the heart of a scenario and a setting, and all of the things that are entailed in both of these. Wraith the Oblivion. Hey, I was right. And Mage the Ascension. Nice, nice, nice. I've heard of both, and I'm very keenly interested in each, although I've never gotten to do much insofar as looking at their rule books. I did watch Burger Krieg, yeah, Burger Krieg's videos on them, and a little outside, although it is some obscure lore. I wish there was more on it, and I'll probably do some readings. Well, I would do some readings, rather, myself if they were public domain. Good stuff. Very good stuff indeed. And I hope you'll keep me into these. Back then, all those games were compatible. So I have heard. But I would be surprised if they've diverged since. They very well might have. I never got to play any World of Darkness, unfortunately. My first exposure to it was the Bloodlines video game. And then I started to check into the lore and see, oh, hey, this isn't just like all made for a video game. This wasn't someone's mad ramblings that they put into a coherent storyline that I enjoy, with all of its faults and concerns aside. But I would be very surprised indeed, especially with Mage the Ascension, if that was no longer, if that was no longer compatible. Hmm. But back to it now that we're not inundated with vehicles. Hmm. I say that, and then, and then immediately crackle my voice something fierce. Terrible, horrible, horrible, terrible. I admit I did not make the most wise decision yesterday on that yard work. It kicked up an awful amount of dust and dirt and all sorts of things. That's probably quite the contributory factor there. But it was a time-sensitive matter. Had to get it done. Mm, yes. The next day, he rose with the lava gatherers and exchanged farewells as they rode west, and he rode east on a zebra he bought of them. Their older men gave him blessings and warnings, and told him he had better not climb too high on Ingranek, but well, back to what nobody is saying over here. But the latest editions, only vampire and werewolf have been updated? Wow. And from what I've seen, they don't play well together. That's a terrible shame. That's always something I found very. I don't want to be so extremist to say detestable, but I think that's my real feelings on it. Where they allow huge swaths of important, meaningful, and, well, frankly, fascinating storylines to simply fall away and apart. I understand that it just sometimes just happens by way of people, not being around anymore who were part of the original writing, or that have the expertise in all of them. Something of something of a a scholar of the setting, to knit it together and make it consistent. But I mean, if you're still running these IPs and they're successful, I would hope, you could at least lean on the fans a little bit. Let them have it in an expanded universe kind of way. But we'll see if I can squeeze out like 2 more minutes of uninterrupted silence. Their older men gave him blessings and warnings, and told him he had better not climb too high on Ingranek. Their older men gave him blessings and warnings, and told him he had better not climb too high on Ingranek, but while he thanked them heartily, he was in no wise dissuaded. For still did he feel that he must find the gods on unknown Kadath, and win from them a way to that haunting and marvelous city on the sun. And win from them a way to that haunting and marvelous city in the sunset. By noon, after a long uphill ride, he came he came upon by noon, after a long uphill ride, he came upon some abandoned brick villages. He came upon some abandoned brick villages of the hill people who had once dwelt thus close to Ingranek and carved images from its smooth lava. Here they had dwelt till the days of their old Here they had dwelt till the days of the old tavern keeper's grandfather, but about that time they felt their presence was disliked. Their homes had crept even up the mountain slope, and higher they built, the more people they would miss. Their homes had crept even up the mountain slope, and the higher they built, the more people they would miss when the sun rose. At last, they decided it would be better to leave altogether, since things were sometimes glimpsed in the darkness, which no one could interpret favorably. So in the end, all of them went down to the sea and dwelt in Bahama, inhabiting a very old quarter and teaching their sons of the old art of image making, which to this day they carry on. It was from these children of the exiled hill people that Carter had heard the best tales of Ingranek when searching through Bahama's ancient taverns. Okay. So I'm constantly being interrupted by vehicles, and we are 2 hours 41 minutes deep. Still on page 17, less than I was hoping for, but better than I suppose it could have otherwise been, given my recent tribulations. I think it's time to go over to Roadwarden, and in that, I'll make my commentary here, and I suppose I already have, frankly, in conversation with nobody here. A fantastic thing, but, is there anything that I have to say elsewise before I go? On the particulars of where Carter has traversed so far, we have been introduced to not only the core conception of this being a departure from the physic realm, the material realm, into that of a spiritual, not quite strictly of form, but positively of spirit and mind. And thereabouts been immersed in the various interactions, down to the linguistics, and even some of the material and cultural of species, both familiar and strange, from the cats of Ultar to the zoogs of the deep slumbers forest. Thereabouts, we've also known some of the less friendly and communicable species of those who dwell on the moon, the toads and their merchantry, and seen many places scattered amidst the coastlines and deep inland traverses of the Dreamlands. Thereabouts, all of the vigor and wonder, terror and dread that can be derived from the Dreamlands too. All in all, a fine introduction, even if without any background knowledge heretofore, of all of the things in store for Randolph Carter, not only of this time, but also of his past. And now to what you were saying, nobody. Well, the original game company no longer exists. Ooh, that's bad. That's tough. I'm sure there's some well, let me expand the chat since the little heart icon is blocking it. Just about any day now. I guess it'll block it forever, at least in OBS. Let us then retire to the YouTube page. I'm sure there are rights issues to consider. Yeah, probably that's how it tends to go. These things are rather a clusterfuck with the way that most people handle them. the way most companies handle them. But even still, I hope that there is some unofficial weavers that are adjoining the tapestries of past and present in the whole world of darkness. It would be a genuine shame to see so much of the grand work, that has been made in both an interactive and a passive sense fall away into nothingness, to be obliviated, to borrow on Wraith. But I say that specifically because I have yet to encounter anything quite like any one of those other options like Wraith the Oblivion and Mage the Ascension, nor Changeling the Wandering, I want to say. I'll look that up right quick. Changeling the Dreaming. Duh. Of course. Changeling the Dreaming. Yes. They're just too good to, I think, leave to no posterity. Especially with the relative simplicity and kind of trite tropishness of a lot of things that have come out even today. Whether they are dwelling on the side of grimdark or, like, utter, absolute phantasm. Yep, you got it. And Wraith does have some incredible myth behind it. I agree. But we should perhaps get into Roadwarden. Let us see. And I do have the volume turned down. Let me readjust that right quick. I'll leave it up for you and turn down my headphones. And return. Throat cleared. Story read. At least into the 16th page. Into Roadwarden. Which is perhaps not the ultimate best game in the current state to be playing, but it is what we have already chosen, and what we began on. Having read all of this introductory portion, we might yet be reading some less. You return to the courtyard. You hear the clinking of tools coming from the armorer's workshop. And finally I travel. If I recall rightly, the east is a more dangerous part, though the enchantress is out there. And I am playing a scholar, it would be helpful. But I do want to see what's in the swamps. The road uphill meanders, slowing you down and forcing you to pay close attention, not only to the shadows of trees, but also to the tight, rocky passages. You can't help but notice a few caves and fine ambush spots. Yikes. So that's a phenomenal rendering of the tributary and its interaction with hills. Something that often gets overlooked, something that often gets written out entirely in favor of a specific design, is the nature of waterways, especially in forested regions. They tend to not have any place they come and pour down from in tributary rivulets, or have any kind of a sensible system for lakes, or deltas, or inland seas. Obviously, we haven't seen the whole map yet, but judging by what we have from the rest of the writing, and its art, how it's been applied, so I anticipate that this one And definitely here at its ending portion with a very small pool. Has some rationale behind it on that front. Keep an eye out for any sign of life. Ooh. I did actually download their OST, by the way. Subtle, yet entirely thematic. Standing in front of the gate, you hear no voices, no tools at work, no steps. Dozens of birds live among the collapsed roofs. Their fluttering, singing, and squawking is free of worries. If you want to travel any further, you need to ride around the palisade. Searching the ruins may take a lot of time. The broken gate in the north will lead you to the village. The sound of a gentle river reaches you from the east, where you see a saggy fence surrounding an overgrown pasture. Behind the burnt building in the east, you see an oddly barren field. I could definitely use some supplies. And if there's a ruined village, I would assume that there's something to it. I think that I shall approach the building near the field. The broken logs and planks are charred, while the wooden walls are rotten and covered in moss. You see no ashes or dust, proving that the fire happened long ago. The smell is awful, and there are no reasons to stay for long. You see no furniture, just some broken shelves. It was just a storage room. The valuable odds and ends were already taken by the scavengers. I see that this place at least has been looted, but the gate would still prove something useful. I go to it. The palisade is in good shape, and the entrance wasn't even touched by the fire. It was torn away, possibly thrown. Not a good sign. The amount of force used... Well, it says it there. The amount of used force must have been huge, but you'd expect that it would push the gate into the village, not away from it. You don't see any masks of a dragon bite. A troll could toss such plagues, but after so many years, you see no paw prints. A mage? You can't really tell. I move forward. Where do you want to go? Well, if this wasn't humans, which it very well could not be, especially judging from the precariousness of the fire in relation to the walls. Well, that rather does suggest that it was human in nature. Now, it's near to say that I inspect the pasture in the southeast or the fields in the southwest, but I think best to explore the southwest part of the village. The buildings, some of which have collapsed, are made of wood, now charred and rotten. You spot claw marks on the walls, especially close to the doors and window frames. They could belong to a dragonling, or a large wolf, larger than the gray ones, or a corpse eater. Too many options to make a guess. Yet no beast remains in sight. Suppose that answers that question. Claws, fire, specifically targeted fire. I'm gonna bet that this was like a necromancer's army. You find the remains of clothes, furniture, odds and ends. Only one object seems to be of use, a blanket-like fish trap made of vines and willow branches. If a large fish swims into it, it won't be able to get out on its own. It's quite large, but I can fit it on my saddle. You better believe. Alright, in our inventory, what are we looking at? Does that include... Okay, there we are. Basket made of vines and willow branches. Okay. So it looks like it's just a straight lift from what's already been said. You feel a slight aching in your stomach. Where do you want to go? Wow, options. I inspect the palisade on the west. I explore the northwest part of the village. I go to the main square. I explore the southeast part of the village. I inspect the fields in the southeast. Or I inspect the pasture in the southeast. I'm going to go with the palisade. The tracks of human footwear and many, many more ape footprints cover the path formed around the palisade's breach. As far as you can tell, the freshest footprints lead to the village. The wooden stakes spread on the ground are rotten, covered in mushrooms, small flowers, insects, and worms. A good source of animal or goblin food, though you'd expect them to also hunt the birds and eggs. The meadow in the west turns into a forest quickly. The grasses in the north surround dozens of tree stumps, already covered in moss and fungi. I shouldn't enter the forest, especially not in this area. It's unpredictable, I agree. I will then, now having taken a look around the outside, at least the palisade, let's go to the fields. You're surrounded by what looks like a field plowed in late autumn, disturbed by hundreds of rains and snowfalls. There's a few clumps of grass and wheat, but a place like this one, abandoned for years, should already have turned itself into a green lea. A barren field? Maybe it was overused, but you would still expect the weeds to sprout. A curse? The path leading west from here ends at the edge of the field, shifting into a meadow, then a forest. I don't have a way to investigate, unfortunately. But that there's nothing. Your stomach makes you let out a painful groan, still. I wonder if that's related to the area, or if that's simply my nourishment going down. I'm gonna save and see if, wait, what that does. Okay, so that is just passing time. There's no way to simply sit down and make camp, is there? No, okay. I think then I'll go to the barren, or the pasture. You don't find a single sign of livestock that lived here in the past. Any bones, horns, antlers, or dung have already been devoured by the wilderness. The pasture ends at the river. On the opposite bank, the meadow turns into a thick forest, impenetrable for a rider. What are the chances that a herd of defenseless animals could get there and survive? The breach in the southern fence wasn't made by some brute force. You find axe cuts in the spots that were ultimately broken away. After all these years, there are no tracks that you could follow. Return to the main road. Well, at least we have a time frame for this now, rather than some accelerated rot. I think that we'll inspect the clearing in the west. The meadow is lush and colorful, and so dense it's unsafe for a rider. For a couple of minutes, you lead Egg with a rope, avoiding the potential disaster in case of a hoof falling into an animal den. Being forced to travel around the palisade every time you get here is going to be a pain. Most of the tree trunks look similar and have a comparable size. They were most likely planted with the sole purpose of being cut down and used by the locals, though cutting so many trees at once, that alone could provoke the wrath of the herds. Such a process should be spread out across a couple seasons, and you can't be sure that was the case. In the west and north, the clearing turns into a wild forest. In the east, you see a road leading north. Well, I leave the clearing with the idea that this was probably then a beast folk attack. That would be my guess. Well, I guess there's nothing to it but to do it. I explore the northwest part of the village. The The colorful grass covers the entire fenced pasture. The large stone placed in the middle suggests it could be a playground for ibexes, or maybe it's just an old garden. You see a couple of small sheds, a latrine, and a single building to the south, completely burnt down. All of these places were cleaned out by scavengers. Egg doesn't want to approach the large ruins in the north. The terrible stench of feces and rotting food scares you off as well. The paths are covered with goblin footprints. It's daytime, so the pack should be asleep. If the beasts were active, they would try to scare you off or to hunt down your mount. This is their territory, and once they wake up, you will face a furious enemy. Go somewhere else quietly. Forgot to mute that, pardon. The closer you are to the village, the longer you stay around, the longer you stay around, the sicker you feel. The taste of gastric juices hits your mouth, your forehead hurts, and you start to stumble. Egg, worried by the sight, pokes your head with its nose. Yeah, that's definitely a curse of some description. I can't risk, but I need to see what's here. If there is a curse, it'll be valuable information to know. I'll push through the illness. Oh, yo! After another few steps, you return your last meal. You spend a minute or so leaned forward, gathering your breath, then wipe your mouth. You feel better. I hope so. I guess best to go up the road leading north from the village. You're at the closed northern gate. The neglected road is partially overgrown. You hear a river in the east, separated by the lush meadow, filled with crickets and rodents. I take a closer look at the gate. Pushed or pulled, it doesn't move an inch. Someone has spread dirt and rocks both underneath it and around it, seemingly to keep the planks stuck in the ground. I want to open it. You should take a look at the other side to be sure it's even possible, especially since it may take a couple of hours without proper tools. That's fair. I go somewhere else. I will then go to the southeast part of the village. You find a small backyard. The ground is beaten. The grass grows only right next to the buildings. It would have been a fair spot for training dancers and fighters. The stakes of the palisade are covered with playful carvings left by children who were portraying monsters, weapons, and humans. The rubble has been pushed into the corners of the houses. The furniture is broken, but you find something of use in one of the piles, a slightly rusty piece of steel. Once you pull it out, you realize it's a quarrel for a crossbow. Still usable. Won't be difficult to find a use for it, that's for sure. Feel a slight aching in your stomach. But I have no nourishment. Okay. Now the northeast part of the village. Debris was partially moved outside of the destroyed houses, but you find nothing of value. The table, cupboard, shelves, and bits and pieces were carefully ransacked. The wildly growing vegetables and herbs are the only remnants of the abandoned gardens. You spot fresh human footprints at the entrance of the latrine, most of which lead to and from the center of the village. You notice a set of simple tools leaned against a pile of rubble. A wooden spade and a shovel. Pointed stick, a hoe, and with a bone head, a stone axe. All of them are too old and too awkward to bother with transporting them around, but you'll know where to find them if you need them in the future. Good to know. My stomach makes me let out another painful groan. How about that? Well, to the northern gate. The paths here have almost been reclaimed by grasses. To your east and west, you see shadowy alleys behind damaged buildings, while the path south leads to the main square. Might Might as well take a look at the well. It's filled up with soil. Not much of a well, then. And you find nothing interesting in the area around it. I'd say that in and of itself is quite interesting. I approach the nearby tree. You don't find anything worth picking. The half-dead quinces have maggots crawling under their skins. You wonder which part of this meal is more tempting for the dark winged bird sitting among the branches. The flesh of the fruits or of the worms. Quinces are rarely eaten without having a chance to blet. You can safely guess that they were meant to be dried, or add taste to cookies or hard drinks. After a few moments, you realize that the bottom part of the tree, just above the ground, is partially charred. Someone must have posed a torch here, but the wet wood didn't burst into flames. Curious. I want to open the gate. It may take some time, but the wooden and bone tools you found in one of the buildings you'll speed... but with the wooden and bone tools you found in one of the buildings, you'll speed up your endeavor. I shall. People stay away from you. People stay away from you. You smell of sweat and dirt. I can imagine that I do. You take off your cloak and put away your bags and satchels, while Egg grazes gladly in the meadow. After looking at the pile of dirt, you let out a sigh. You start with the larger rocks, removing the ground around them and pushing them into a single pile. Then you do the same on the other side. The simple shovel and pitchfork help you a lot, and once you get used to them, the work goes smoothly. You're done before you get too tired. From now on, passing through this place will take you less time. I surely hope so. And the closer you are to the village... That's okay, I don't have anything in my stomach anyway. It's taking my vitality too. After another few steps, yeah. Well, now, at least, I have to go to the main square. In every village, the main square is the fanciest area, meant to charm the travelers. Yet this is way more than you expected. The houses are as big as in Hovlavon, and the paved ground took a lot of work and materials. The walls, now charred and riddled with holes, are made of an expensive coated wattle. The tiles for the roofs are also had to be brought here from a different settlement. You peek inside the three smaller buildings, the rotting remains of their former splendor. The birds living in dozens of nests respond to your arrival with quite a commotion. You don't find even a single dragon bone, or a tool or a piece of furniture left unbroken or unrotten. You're surrounded by bad smells, dirt, animal droppings, and garbage. The well also stinks. It has no bucket, but you'd be afraid to use it anyway. Who knows how many birds have relieved themselves inside, or how many old rats have found their death while climbing up the walls. Suddenly, you hear some sounds coming from the largest building. Your stomach makes you let out a painful groan. Check it out. You step cautiously towards the scent of urine and sweat. The flickering candlelight shows you the broken furniture, yet no signs of burnt wood. You consider pulling the other door, when a masculine voice proves that your presence is not unnoticed. I didn't know wanted to come to this. But stay where you are. Whatever you put inside it, be a shoe, a hand, or your damned thinker, it'll get a bolt. Well, I think now might be a time for vulnerability. Don't hurt me. I'm not looking for trouble. I'm a Roadwarden. Don't you try to fool me, he scoffs. No wimp grows to be a roadster. You wouldn't come here if you couldn't handle it. A brief pause. You can enter, but slowly. If you're not an outlaw, you're safe. And even if you are, my little ballista here is all pulled and ready, but you won't do anything stupid, right? Step slowly. I want to see your hands. The man's voice is imposing, and his accent is tricky for you. It could be from the distant south, but as long as you don't speak too quickly, understand one another. You don't hear any other movements, breathing, voices. Lean your axe against the doorframe. I walk inside. The dense smell of urine hits you with full force, while the tools and utensils are hard to distinguish from the rubbish. The route to the upper floor is blocked by the collapsed roof and loose wooden beams. There are scraps of rusting iron and steel on the ground, detached from now destroyed barrels. The scavenger is sitting on a blanket in front of the tent, pointing at you with a loaded crossbow. Not a short man, though a bit skinny. He's tanned, dark-haired, and has seen his share of struggles. There are long claw scratches on his left cheek, and another one that would divide his eyebrow in half if it hadn't been consumed by a fire, just like the rest of his forehead. His clothes are untainted by vanity. He's barefoot, in a dirty linen shirt, with rolled-up sleeves and simple pants that use a cord for a belt. His long beard and hair are untrimmed and tangled. I sit on the stairs with raised hands. I'm not a threat. You wipe the dust off the steps, but before you sit down, you hear the man's annoyed voice. Now don't get too homey. It's the only place here that's not just ashes and debris. I'm not sharing it. You better ride ahead. I already piled up whatever hasn't rotten. The candle lights are dancing on his burnt face and arms. He moves his crossbow just enough to make sure he won't shoot you by accident. I saw your horse. Maybe you could help me, What are you looking for in this place? You don't sound like you're from the north. I want to make sure that there's no undead crawling about. I need to get to know the peninsula if I'm going to patrol it. I'm short on dragon bones. I wanted to see if there was anything left behind. I was wondering what caused this place to collapse. I've heard about some bandits. They could have a hideout nearby. I'm looking for another Roadwarden, a man known as Asterion. I shrug. That's not your problem, are our options. I think I'll be direct here. I never met him. Bill surely heard his name many times. He vanished long before I got to the coast. At first, people were asking about him. Now they think he's dead. Listen. He scratches his thighs nervously. I'm hungry. So damn hungry. I can't hunt or fish with the ape men around. Can you share anything, Roadster? You drifter. Well, wouldn't beg if I had not lost my bags on the road. Well. Well, I am going to starve if I don't have anything. Take these cereals and crackers. With some water, you'll have a gruel. He lets out a relieved breath. I may even boil it. After a moment of hesitation, he grabs a cracker. Without you, I would have to run after birds with my ballista. I need to save the bolts for 8 men, and because of those stinkers, I can't roast here. Raw meat makes me want to puke. Thank you. After a couple of solid bites, he puts your gifts into wooden bowls. Now, Roadster, he says with a... Now, Roadster, he says with a full mouth. If you have questions, ask. I'll say a lot to make you get me out of here. Alright. Well, I should ask him what he wants. Where do you want to travel to now? And what will you give me for my help? This village makes me sick. Tell me about yourself. How do you keep the goblins away? Are you sure there are no undead around? Have you searched the entire village? Are there no hidden treasures left? Do you have any idea of what happened here? And I've heard about some bandits. Have you seen any hideouts nearby? There are choices. I think I'll go with asking about... Hey, this place makes me really ill. Me too. In the guts and the thinker. Gets easier with time, if you're patient. Must be the air, the smell of death. Death and ape men piss. He pats his stomach while laughing. I should ask him what he wants. What will you do for me if I help you here? Let me explain first. I was in Howler's Dell, the nearest village to the closest village to the east, the closest village to the east and north. And people there are nice, you know. Not like in old Pagos. They're all boring and grimmer than a crow. But they cry coin for everything, and damn good coin. I left, wanted to look around the ruins, see if there's anything left, then moved to Pelt and hire the hunters to help me back here. No luck. A bunch of griffs jumped my pack bird. I just bought it. Fast and nimble, but not brave enough to listen to me when all that screeching and scratching started. So, I ran away with my bags. A few fell on the ground and I pulled them here, but you see how it is. I won't travel around with a tint on my back. Taps the crossbow with his fingers. I need maybe a day more, just a day, and I'll have all the iron scraped together. Then I'll have all the iron scraped from the barrels so I can move forward. I can't take all my stuff alone, and without me around, the ape men are going to break in and steal all my shit. I need to stay here, but since you have a horse, how about you come back tomorrow and help me return to Howler's Dell? How about it? I mean, I just need to know the road is safe. Safe as it can be, I mean. Well, what exactly do you want me to do, or I don't work for free? Considering he's started my life and I've given him some food, I don't work for free. I have ways to pay you, don't you worry. I can give you dragons, but I have to sell the iron first, so I'll need a bit of time, you see. A short escort would be plenty, I'd say. But if you want, I'll give you a secret jar of mine. Very fine mixture that scares ape men away. Works on pebblers, too. When you ask if all this stench of urine is somehow related to this potion, he just winks and chuckles. I'd also like to ask more about the villages you visited. What exactly do you want me to do? I want to know more about the villages. He seems surprised. I mean, sure. I don't have connections there, you know. Just my eyes. He starts to hum. You know. A longer pause. When you get to Howler's, you'll meet the mayor there for sure. Dice. Whatever you do, don't ask where she got her coins from, eh? She's rich, stupid rich, but don't ask her how this happened. Trust me. He scratches his beard with a mournful look. Oh, good advice. What exactly do you want me to do? I need you to make sure there's no danger hiding from the road, from here to Howler's. Rather, I know there's some danger. As long as you can get there and safely return, I'm sure we can handle some roaming monsters. He theatrically rubs his hands together. This ballista hit more beast skulls than I have fingers, and I've never lost a finger, Roadster. Only the toes. Maybe to prove it, he starts to count on his fingers. So see, if the road is clear, then come here tomorrow. I'll pack my stuff on your horse and move out. But don't come if it's close to the evening. We're going to need 3 hours on our feet, and I won't push through the night. Even sleeping next to an ape-man tribe is safer. He chuckles. And don't make me wait for you too long. I can't wait for a couple of days if I find some food. But if you don't come back, I'll have to risk it no matter what. My Howler's Dell. If you want to go south, we should travel to the Pelt of the North. Fine, it's a deal. I'm going to escort you. I need to think about it. Well, I'll ask about Howler's Dell. I mean, I see your point, but I've never been there. Can they afford my iron? And do they have the means to pay for it? I need coins to find a handy bunch that will walk south with me. And I need a new staff and bolts. I know the village. It's a nice place, and even has a smithy. Of sorts. Well, I had a chance to take a look, though. It's a large inn, a safe one. They seem to be rich and have enough hunters to guide you south. You can use iron to barter. Well, it's a shorter path, I guess. You're supposed to get surrounded by corpses. If you're sure that's the best option, fine. I trust the Roadster's judgment. Yeah, let's do that then. Thanks, Roadster. Just come tomorrow. I'll make it worth your time. Then tell me about yourself. He gives you a sudden glance. What for? I've no legacy to keep alive in tales. I may tell you this and that after you take me out of here. Fair enough. He doesn't trust me enough to tell him about himself. Can't blame you there. To escort him to Howler's Dell, I need to be sure the road leading there is somewhat safe. I was meant to escort him tomorrow, not sooner. We're not going to Howler's Dell. We're going to the Pelt of the North. Interesting. Are you sure there's no undead around? He nods. I've seen none. People say it's been less than 10 years since the herds came here. I don't know if anyone bothered with raising the pyres. If not, the dead are all roaming in the forest now. Clicks his tongue with frustration. It may be that there's a walker somewhere under the debris, waiting to break down through like a dragon in an egg. He looks straight at you. Hey, you better not dig. No, I wouldn't. Have you searched the entire village? Are there no hidden treasures left? You came to the wrong place. Time, moisture, and the damn boarders devoured all the loot. I've been here for a couple of days now, and all that's left is this iron I carried here. I was planning to get back here with some hired muscle and clear the collapsed buildings, but I doubt it's worth the time and risk. Do you have any idea what happened here? Well, I won't guess, but I saw many ruins. There's no treasure and skeletons here, so this place means as much as dirt. Someone was barking too loud, so the beast broke through and made them quiet again. He clicks his tongue. And that's that. Talking about nature's fury brings bad luck, don't you know? I've heard about some bandits. Have you seen any hideouts nearby? Nah, I think they're in the north or the east. I stuck to the western road and no shell bothered me. Sorry, can't help you. Time for me to leave. Before I lose more vitality, especially. Is there anything at the river? I haven't been here yet. You see a quenching family of boars. Some of them brown, some black. Consider turning back, but they pay you little attention. After a couple of grunts, they run north. The river is not wide, yet unusually deep, with banks altered by the locals for decades, if not centuries. The water is cold and clean, yet filled with long plants growing from the bottom. You would rather avoid jumping inside or drinking from it, but you're tempted to at least wash your face, neck, and hands. Dozens, if not hundreds, of small fish are looking for tasty leaves, but also try to avoid their predators. A dance of life, completely unaware of your presence. You suddenly realize there's something else buried among the kelp. A rusty sickle sticking out of the ground, a couple of stone axes and hoes. The wooden handles and a large wagon are covered with moss, but you recognize their shapes. How would someone drop them here? On the opposite bank, the meadow turns into a thick forest, impenetrable for a rider. I turn back, but I severely need to wash. And I'm gonna fish. You place the basket on the ground, then grab a bowl and start digging, looking for a few larger worms. You bait the stick and push it inside the basket, locking it between the sides, then cover the entrance with the lid. Tying it together takes you a few good moments, but it will be easier later on. You attach the entire trap to a bush and push it into the stream, far enough that it sinks entirely. Who knows how long it will take before something large enough swims inside. Still, it would be better not to wait too long, otherwise the prey may die of hunger. step away, I'm gonna wash myself. The living stream filled with plants, fish and plants won't help you much. The oak ash soap you own can help you get cleaner. Yep, wash Michelle. Back from the brink. The kelp forest reaches to the water surface, surrounded by little creatures and the smell of river plants. You crouch by the bank and draw handfuls of water. Wow. Nowhere to seek shelter at, of course. Well, barren fields? Don't have a way to investigate. Guess I can return there. Won't get any cleaner. I guess this is one of those times that I must simply wait. Well, let's take a look at the chat since it's been some time. Yes, Changeling was the dreaming. That wasn't one I ever folded into my game. None of my players, nor I, had much interest in Changeling. I can understand. I haven't delved deeply into the lore, so I can't really speak much to its intrigue or lack thereof. But at least the premise in and of itself is something that I do find very calling. Though I have always found some appreciation in general for that of fairies and that kind of thing, simply because they're so ill-explored and often over-dramatized in the way of being such almost a purist fantasy trope. To my mind, tidal rivers seem to be criminally overlooked as an environment, especially strange considering we're a species that really likes to settle near them. I agree. Of all of the things that continues to strike me most fiercely about constructed geography and settlements thereupon, the fact that so many places are stuck in the most hostile or unforgiving of environments to life that have absolutely no explanation for their being there. For there to be such a place within this game in particular, I think that it is genuinely one of the better examples of giving us of rationale applied to one's world. And deltas too. Marshes and swamps, as much as they may be riddled, depending on the specific biome, with pests like mosquitoes and leeches and that kind of thing, they have unbelievable quantities of utility for any kind of settlement, even up to full-blown states. I think that it comes probably from our recent history of draining as many swamps as possible to make way for something that is more familiar and perhaps easier to navigate by our standard conventions. But particularly when you start looking at other species, but besides just lizard folk and that kind of thing, you know, terribly underutilized anything really but flat open plains and the more extreme environments that in and of themselves require a great deal of expoundation to make their existence admirable, earnestly. One of the world's greatest cities, Venice, is basically built in a swamp. Not basically, factually built in a swamp. It is one of the most brilliant places I have ever seen take advantage of what is considered generally a less than ideal environment. The fact of their draining and water collecting, their complete acceptance and integration of canals and the various gondolas and other forms of vessel that traverse them to and fro, how they deal specifically with waste, and the manner of preventing flooding and the collapsing of individual structures with their strong, compacted foundations that still enable the flow of water. Yeah. Not only is it a fantastic place historically, but also the sorts of things that you can do in these kinds of environs are so much more varied and particular. I don't think I've ever seen any settlement in fiction even attempt to do something like Venice, or like many of the areas over in the Netherlands, where they have entirely dammed up whole rivers and floodplains to give themselves more land to recapture, particularly whenever you look at places that are full to the brim with people specifically trying that are not made for an aquatic or more overall moist environment. They never attempt to reclaim, at least from what I've observed, and it just shocks me entirely that these kinds of structures, in lieu of making greater and grander ones that rise from the earth in inexplicable fashion, not even justified by the modes of magic or something equivalent, are so frequent. Hey there, Prime Gaming. I'm playing Roadwarden and talking with nobody here about the various elements of world building and structuring, as you perhaps just heard. But while I am here at something of an impasse, as I really would rather not end my game here for my curiosity, which I should probably take a moment and save. I am taking some time to now review. This whole town in Roadwarden, the gradual exploration that you can make of all of its surrounding territory within reasonable scope, in addition to the appliance of just enough detail in text, which could of course be conveyed by other forms, like it does in the visual mode, but also in adaptation in the vocal sense, especially when you're looking at TTRPGs and other forms of gaming, grants us an insight into the overall aesthetic and relational basis of this scene, while also embedding it thoroughly in its environment itself and allowing the functions and activities of its occupants to define the storyline, whether it be something that, as in other more kindly settlements like Havlavon, are ongoing and lively, or here in ruins and decay. All the while allowing us the capacity to discriminate where, what, and with who we go about and perform. Genuinely one of the better examples of a choose-your-own-adventure format that I have ever witnessed. Yes, Prime, I am familiar with Harry Potter. You know why? Because I am him. I just have a little bit of a... I changed my look in these last couple of years. Little makeup, some shears, I got the works done. And to what you were saying there, nobody? I think Venice is a rare case where settlers didn't have much in the way of choice. Take, for example, New Orleans. A good combination of Venice and your example of the Netherlands. I think so. And sure, they didn't have much choice. But, at once, if there really was such an unabashed loathsomeness of one's environs, and a lack of invention on both the parts of those of New Orleans and Venice, I don't suspect that the people would have stayed. There are a lot of blasted, and I do mean that not in the metaphoric but literal sense, blasted territories throughout history, both real and fiction, where people have come and gone. But those that leave tend not to have taken advantage of the natural scenario they find themselves amidst. I think that's the mark of stretching beyond the narrative into socio-cultural topics. Peoples who have the adaptability and resources necessary to accommodate newfound modes of living. A fine example of this that I have always appreciated significantly and is an inspiration for one of the species in one of my settings is the floating river peoples or floating lake peoples of South America. I don't recall specifically where, of course, but they live together on what amounts to a flotilla, a series of connected reed rafts, which, being reeds on water, constantly require reworking and thus fuel not only an economy but a lifestyle of the entire peoples. That is just anchored to shore by a small set, or sometimes even one rope, depending on the detected or suspected danger that they might face. And otherwise, they dwell within the waters, making their mammalian lifestyle capable by having that dry series of platforms. Thank you, Prime Gaming. I'm glad I do look like a little old riddlesome Tom. Yeah, I'm aware. The round glasses and bald head is not something that is frequented, although it used to be throughout time, and it at least being bald is a style that benefits me and my lifestyle, living here in the humid subtropicals of the South, well, and round glasses, I think, really do provide some benefit in not only letting you have all of the range of your normal eyes rotation, but also not occluding certain parts with the frames, especially your bigger and bulkier types. They also just look nice, I think. Really? Mexico City was once built on reed rafts. That's curious. I'd never known such a thing. I'll have to look into that. Put that in my watch later playlist right now. Let's see. I admit, I did not intend nor expect to be adding things to watch on YouTube while I'm making YouTube. Let's see. But this is a time and place where there's always new experiences to be had. I see some mention of, and I will butcher this, of course, Xochimilco? Interesting. But if I'm not mistaken, an overwhelming majority of Mexico City's buildings and infrastructure are built on top of mountain peaks, are they not? I didn't... Well, I guess I should Google Maps that, huh? I wasn't aware that they had any large reservoirs of water sufficient to actually produce a more permanent settlement on it. I'm seeing some stretches of water. Yikes. I see that they've just had some kind of a landslide. Hope everyone's okay out there. And some flooding, too. Well, I suppose being so elevated, I'm not exactly an expert of the region, of course, but being so elevated as they are, they would naturally have more water collecting, if not coursing. It does make sense then, I suppose. It's listed as being, or at least it's pictured these days, as being quite an arid territory, with lush patches interspliced. Though I suppose some infrastructure, like drainage systems and pumps, could produce that effect, at least within the settled portions. I'll be sure to take a look at that, thank you. That's some fascinating detail. I mean, that could be mixed up, but I see here, again, Xochimilco? Best attempt I can summon right now. With canals, and it does resemble very much the sorts of aisled canals you were talking about in relation to Venice. No, Prime. That's an interesting side shot, but no, I'm not religious in any way. I'm specifically anti-theistic, if you care to know. But anyway. Teotihuacan. I see. Again, probably also mispronounced. But, Teotihuacan, I think, is more accurate. Where one becomes a god. I do enjoy some ancient Americans. Good stuff. I see that they are right there on a lake. Yeah, I've heard the name before. I don't remember the specific pretenses, but I know it was quite a historically relevant site to the overall civilization. Something of a capital, I believe, to the peoples of the area. And I'm at least culturally aware enough to know that the Aztecs and the Mayans were not the same, but, yeah, Teotihuacan. There you go. Thank you. But, yeah. Fascinating stuff. Something of an important city. Mayans, huh? Well, howdy do. Well, thank you for that. I'll be happy to watch that when I get the opportunity. That will certainly, if it holds some familiar architecture to that of Venice, or other areas, lend me to some interesting developments in the various settings that I have under my belt. So what does immediately summon to mind from that is the sort of sod farms that had been developed. You know, this might be the place and why Teotihuacan sounds familiar to me. I remember that there was a city that was built directly on the water, like directly on an island, that had been conquered through a series of wars and had become something of an important trading hub. that used a series of sluices and locks to manage all manner of irrigation and farming. Though I believe there was a lot of sod in a sod farm egg. But anywho, I've quite diverged from Roadwarden. Let's try and not get ourselves killed here, and I suppose I have to wait. I sure wish I could just seek shelter. That'd be nice. Well. Ah, yes, okay. Time to sleep. Too dangerous. I guess. Ah, I could have traveled that whole time. Wow. Look at me go. Yeah, let's get back. Half starved and damn near crippled, but we'll see what we can do. Glad I have some food rations left over. Not such a terrible loss as I was expecting from that scavenger I encountered. Sleep time. It's better than nothing. You hear a thunderous roar. You rise to your feet and rub the sleep from your eyes. The doors are opening. People are shouting orders and words of warning. As you open the window, you see what's behind the commotion. Something is on the other side of the wall, trying to get through, and the guards are fighting it off with their torches, spears, and crossbows. Thanks to their light, you see the large furry paws placed upon the top of a wall walk. As far as you can tell, the beast is but a single leap away from getting inside. I need to help them, or it's not their first night. They know what they're doing. I need to help them. If for nothing else but my own skin. You look for your gambeson and blade, still a bit foggy in your thoughts, and once you find them, you struggle to get inside the jacket. As your habits kick in, you see the innkeeper right in front of you, holding a candle. "You're my guest. Stay here," he says without a shadow of hesitation. "My team has no time to worry about outsiders." Just after his words, you hear a cheerful laughter from the wall. Judging by the way they point their fingers and lower their weapons, the beast is fleeing. Well, I shouldn't expect people will help me I shouldn't expect people will need my help all the time. If I had been there, maybe we could have caught it. I really admire every single time that a developer or their product ends up giving us a choice not only to witness the sorts of dreams that our character will experience, but also gives us some option insofar as how we manage them. I understand that this is a lot more easy since this is a set routine of 40 days that you have at your disposal in Roadwarden. But even still, not only does it lend us the chance to determine the character of the character that we are playing, but also, besides the fact that it is simply something that is interesting, as a bit of opportunity to put out more prose or even poetry, if it's something that is fully animated, maybe even something like some FMVs or something that's digital. But two, the chance to navigate the intangible, ethereal, and psychologic background of the setting itself. Another opportunity to further drive home exactly what is in the midst of what you may experience in the vision of a place and time. And let's make our decision. If I had been there, maybe we could have caught it. I think so. I do wonder if these have some effects on the game. Any leftovers? Hey! Yep, you're lucky. I was planning on giving it to the boar. He goes to the stove and in a couple of minutes prepares you a meal. Here. You see a slice of roasted trout, a boiled egg, and a bowl of broad beans. While you're eating, he asks if you need anything else. No, that will certainly do far better. I'm now not quite at death's door, but I definitely need to wash. And go back to, the man under the bad, barren wastelands. Alright. The entrance to the scavenger's hideout is open. You see scraps of metal organized in piles, while the old furniture has been dismantled into loose planks and pushed into corners. Hey, Roadster! The man looks tired and his beard is sticky, but he smiles at you. If you're ready, I'll be packing the tent. If you don't want to wait, start putting the iron on your mount. It'll be quicker. Just say the word and we can leave. Eh? My vitality is too low. Ah. Well. Okay. Well, I guess I've got a few other options. I can rest. And then I'll be back. It's been a lazy day. Repairing your equipment and taking care of your mount didn't take nearly as much time as you'd expected. And you instead enjoy some refreshing water, observe your surroundings with a clear head, wander about, and stretch out. After a few hours, you feel rather bored, but at least you have an opportunity to gather your thoughts. Some of the hunters occupied the watchtower, while the rest of the group went after some big game beyond the walls. The open windows fill the hall with refreshing air and the sounds of conversation. The innkeeper is sitting behind the counter, contemplating an empty mug. I go to the innkeeper. No. I suppose that's all then. I hope that didn't, quash the opportunity to get him back. Do I just not have the opportunity to take him to the pelt anymore? Okay, well, maybe it's because I squandered a little bit of time. Alright, well. Back to the pelt. We'll do our resting. It'll be quick enough. And enter. I guess I have to wait. Yeah, still. Huh. To the evening. Okay. Eat, sleep. Entreat, repeat. And rest. Yeah, I bet I am hungry, eh? Killing my rations. I'm glad I purchased some of these ahead of time. And outside we go. And travel. Now it is sometime before dusk, afternoon. Okay. I'm ashamed to accept it, he answers, but takes her gift before you end your last word. He puts it in a bowl and licks his lips. Now I can't stay here. Now I can stay here for at least a day more without risking a hunt or wasting my bolts, but it can't last for much longer. Sure can't. Yeah, well, I tell you, going out of my way a great sum. It's too dangerous to stay here, so I have to travel to the Belt and sleep. Like most people, you wake in the middle of almost every night. Before your second sleep comes, you spend an hour or two taking care of your belongings, shell and soul. Some people spend this time with their friends, families, or lovers, but your routine is different. If you don't have to take care of essential tasks, I stretch my muscles, work out a bit. I spend some time outside observing stars and listening to the wild creatures. I check on Egg. It's a good time to brush it and make sure it has everything it needs. I just stay where I am, trying to ease my soul and focus on my breathing. I feel anxious during this time. I feel like those probably relate to my stats on the side. I definitely need more vitality, that's for sure. I stretch my muscles and work out a bit. Any leftovers? Yeah! Couple strings of luck. Now, before dusk? What you mean? Alright. Can I bring you? I really don't have the vitality for that? Oh, man. Okay. Well. Quick save while I'm here this time, that way I don't have to do this all over again. Yeah, I wish I could spend some time mending and that sort of thing to get my armor and such up. Or, you know, something that's the equivalent of taking 20 in D&D terms to clean myself and everything. Leftovers? Yes. And rest. And sleep. Cool. And now, out and about. Let's see if we can actually get him back here. Admittedly, these are some of my less favorite things to do. Fiddling around with the time management system specifically to affect something in particular. That is one of the benefits of having a more action-based way of play rather than specifically branching dialogue pathways. But it's just a trade-off, something you have to expect. Time to head for the Pelt of the North. The scavenger keeps asking you to watch out for beasts and wraps the sharper scraps of iron in his cape. Folding the tent and putting it on your horse takes a while, and neither of you can sit down on the large pile of sacks and bundles. There's a long walk ahead of you, but for Egg, it won't be much of a burden. Once you clear the room, you walk away. At first you hear only the birds and horseshoes. Then the man starts to whisper. Bastard eye, the apes are looking at us. You don't see any proof of that. Nothing we can do about it. They lead us to the southern gate. I hope this isn't our first scrap. I'm really not fit for it. Yeah, it might be. Oh man, I'm gonna get reamed. You move forward, slowed down by having to secure the bundles on Egg's back and carry your own bags. After half an hour, the man asks for a break. Even though you shared your food with him, he's not fully recovered from days of hunger. But the farther away you get from the ruins, the more cheerful and talkative he gets, mostly speaking about what he needs to buy and how much he hated the damn place. Then, the beasts show up. I prepare my axe. A loud bunch of griffins block the road near a pond. For you, their colorful furs and feathers don't look much different than the pack you faced up in the valley days ago. There's still some distance between you and them, but it could be crossed in less than a minute. There's maybe 20 beasts in sight, and this time they pay you much more attention. They spread their wings and start to screech, some making a few leaps forward. Your mount is too overloaded for you to turn away and get out of their range. Better to hold our ground, groans the scavenger, preparing his crossbow and dagger. Options. True, let's stay on the defensive, but keep an eye on the horse. Quite the opposite. We should charge at them, yelling and swinging our weapons. Let's startle them. Let's focus on killing one of them as quickly as we can. Maybe the others will flee. I turn towards the man. What's your plan? Well, we both got crossbows. Quick save, that's the answer. That's for sure. We at least have an opportunity to knock a couple of them out, or even one. I'm stuck between these two then, what they specifically mean. Alright, let's try and kill one. He nods and moves in front of your mount, then raises his loaded weapon, aiming at the closest creature. Ready. What? I thought for sure. Scholar. Yeah, naturally. I throw my axe at one of the beasts. Once the man shoots, I dash towards the same target with a raised blade. Let the creatures get closer, then focus all my efforts on one of them. Well, if we're trying not to let them build confidence, I guess I'd better dash. Yeah. Wait for just a few breaths, then dash forward with a scream, hoping the arrow will land. And so it does. All it takes is a strong swing with your axe to send the creature to the ground in convulsions. You have enough time to follow up on this feat, so you run at another beast, making it away in a panic. But the other griffins, especially those behind you, are not so easily scared. For the next minute, you slice and dice whatever you can hit, filling the air with screeches and feathers. The sheer number of opponents overwhelms you more than once, and it's difficult to keep pushing them away with your free hand. As you peek towards the scavenger, you see he's doing fairly well, jumping away whenever he lands a hit, but his short blade holds him back. You see blood coming from a few cuts through his clothes. Finally, in the end, though not because of a lack of opponents, the 3 creatures you butchered are still convulsing from pain, but the others, some of them hurt, have enough strength to run away. Their will is broken, yet the pack will go on at least for some time. Your gambeson keeps you in one piece. The man spits on the ground. May apes and ibexes bang this place day after day. He leans forward, taking a few deep breaths, then looks at you. Roadster, I thought you dumb going away like that, but we're a fine team, ye and I. He laughs briefly. Let me draw my ballista and we can move forward. Not the worst outcome, though that is... yeah, gonna be real tough, losing some armor. I just smile and try and ease Egg's thoughts. It's better to keep moving. I tell him to stay sharp. We still have a long road ahead of us. Better to keep morale up, I think. The man's sleeve and stomach are soaked with blood, but he tells you to ignore it. Once you get close to Pelt, he whistles enthusiastically. You weren't kidding. Aye, what a fortress. The guard opens the gate and takes care of the scavenger's bundles, which Egg welcomes with a nicker. The man introduces himself quickly and asks to be brought some water from the well. Thank you, Roadster. I need to ask the innkeep if he has any soap. I'm not going to chop off my damned arm. He clicks with his tongue. But like I told you, if you want coins, you have to come back tomorrow when my pouch gets heavier. Back and would prefer to give you the potion that repels ape men instead. It's useful, but not as much in the south as it is here in the woods. I'll be here tomorrow or later. Don't leave before you pay me. 5 dragon bones. Or I'll take the jar. Well, I need rations. I could also use this bloody gambeson to be repaired. But I'll definitely lose some of both if I have to face 8 men. There's also the question. I might just be able to make my own potion, same as the jar. I don't know. What I do know is that it's finally crossed into the 4th hour. I think that I'll wrap this whole thing up with the scavenger, and then I will put us out for the day after taking a look at the chat, since I see it's moved a bit. I really hope he's not full of shit. But rations are a shorter term problem. I'm not gonna be able to get leftovers every morning. Yeah, alright. Don't worry. If anything, I can always leave them to the innkeep. I'll be here for at least a couple of days. You'll find me around. After all my recent camping, I'm gonna spend a few hours kissing this nice, strong wall. He starts to laugh and walks away, waving a goodbye. Yes, and I am in need of those services badly. Well... interesting. So that wasn't just a one-off thing. The guards greet you with a polite nod or a casual hello. When the guard in yellow armor gets closer to you with a smile, the brown boar follows her steps. What brings you to us? I have a job for your crew. There are some goblins in the nearby ruins that pose a danger on the road. As long as it involves someone paying for it, I'm ready to listen. What do you know about the pack? Without interruptions, you tell her as much as you can. Getting rid of them will do the trick, sure. But as long as those buildings aren't razed to the ground, new beasts will move in, sooner or later. Though I ain't one to stop you from reaching into your pouch. A brief smile quirks her lips. Now, you need to take care of some things first. Hunters or not, we won't raid the lair blindly. What do you want me to do? She lists your tasks one by one. In the meantime, bending forward to brush the boar. Make sure you've looked around the entire village. My crew will get mad if it turns out yet another lair is just behind the corner. Then be sure there's no souls around. When we fight, we don't do rescue jobs, and if we do, they cost a lot. The boar grunts and turns around, leading her to its other side. Speaking of which, for you it's going to be... She squints her eyes a bit. 11 coins. But we'll take some of the loot we find. We won't let go of magic swords and rings just because. Not that I expect any. She straightens up. But who knows? Just so you know, I'll bring an axe with me. She looks at you as if you're a lunatic. We won't take you with us, Kairos. If you can kill a goblin, good. But we have a team. Our own words, knowledge of our own strong and weak sides. We don't need you around. Just give us 2 or 3 days after you pay us and we'll take care of it. We'll return to it later. I definitely don't have 11 dragon bones. Well, time to wash up. Best I can. Yeah, that's unfortunate. How much time do we have? Oh, some time. Yeah. Well, I'm in worse sorts. I got no money. And I can't do anything in the meantime, but that's not an opportunity that I can leave to simple, spent time. Okay. Well, that calls, I think, for our save here. I'll probably drop another whole slot just because, you know. It seems like a game where the consequences are rather dire if you make the wrong set. And as much as on my own time I might start a new run, it's not the most fun thing to watch, methinks. Not without significantly more knowledge of what's ahead. But that is an entirely separate kind of video. In the meantime... Alright, let's see here. Wow, there's a lot of chat. Okay. Who needs food rations when you have med salad? I agree. Nothing like a good salad made of med. I once found myself in a Mexican village named Zbicha that was on the side of an ancient Olmec settlement. That visit resulted in a massive psychedelic interlude. I was mistakenly dosed with a ton of ayahuasca. Lost a week, completely blacked out. No idea what happened in that time. That is fucking crazy. I have always appreciated trips like this. I'm actually one of those weirdos who really enjoyed the like drug sequences in the Far Cry series. that kind of thing has always fascinated me. Discord or X, whichever you want to do, I hope you tell that story in detail. I'd love to hear about it. Including what Zbicha was like. And if you did happen to catch any details about that Olmec settlement, that too. There's a vast amount of information that is just completely out of the purview of discussion I have found with regards to everything South American, closely related to, I think, the sort of loss we get for everything African and even the minor isles of the global South and large swaths of Australia that, of course, isn't inhabited by the Australian folks. But, yes, I'd love to hear more. I bet he did go on an interdimensional journey, Egg. Yeah, I bet that he encountered some creatures in his dreams that were coming for the pelt of the North Inn. And he definitely helped them. Oh, your egg horse, Egg, is egging eggily in its eggster. Brother, I put you egg horse in my grimace shake and gave it to Kai Sanat. You know, Prime, if you're the president of Somalia, I salute you. You know, good job. I'm happy to found it. And to jump forward a bit. Yes, Senor Enjoyer, you have in fact found the best cult of all time. The the completely prime egg bussy cult. Welcome. You can glean what we have, what we're about from that, I guarantee. And nobody says, I went on that interdimensional journey a few years prior. I'd attended a wild performance art gathering where we ended up doing peyote. That was a long, strange trip. I bet the hell that it was, but I remember most of that. I hope so. Again, I know you said you lost the week when you were accidentally into ayahuasca, which is quite a circumstance, I admit. But maybe with this one, maybe if you remember the most of it, you might be able to retell most of those facts. God damn, I did mushrooms, and that alone knocked me out of my fucking sanity. Yeah, carry your own bags, bro. My back hurts. Nah, man. If there is an option in Roadwarden to feed you, my delightful and trusty steed, magic mushrooms, and make you carry my shit, it's happening. I promise you. But Google, what am I looking up here? I don't know if I'm gonna say that out loud in case it's something horrid. I mean, that looks like a file. Red Letter Ministries? RLM. Well, I'll look that up on my own time, since it sounds like a rabbit hole, as all these tend to go. Interesting. Thank you, Monsieur Bussy. I'm sure I'll enjoy that later. But in the meantime... well, much as me, we will be heading out here soon. Thank you for joining us, and in a more permanent sense, and subscribing and coming to the Discord. I have deeply enjoyed our conversation together, and the content that we've been talking on, and around, of course, with all of the geoanthropology and the like. But I wish you a fine day. And thank you. I will absolutely take a look at that RLM cult, as you've described them, Bussy. But again, we are crossing into 4 hours, 18 minutes. It's been a good time, a good long time. With that all being said, let us round it all out. For those of you who might be looking at this in the future, or here at the end of the video, if you are not subscribed, if you have not liked, if you have not shared, I implore you to do all of the algorithmically required business. I thank you for attending with us here at Dreaming of a Warden, where we played Roadwarden after reading a good sum of the Dream-Quest of Unknown Kadath. Even with all my little bits and asides here and there, I hope that it is something that you do find worthy of seeking out. Not only this, but all of our previous content, and that to come in the future on X or Twitter, Instagram, our Discord, the Threefold at a Factory, or even directly reaching out to us through one of the various other avenues. Things are also posted in Spotify. I'm starting on BitChute, and we are getting shorts finally out on TikTok. So, we have made some motion on those fronts. If you think that we might be worth supporting in any monetary regard, outside of just your time and your care and your appreciation, well, we have Stream Elements. If it is something you would like to make a one-time donation for, or if you'd like something in return for the money that you hand us, you could always go over to Patreon, where our most accessible tier monetarily is the $5 proponent, where you get such delights as the ability to watch all of the content ad-free and download it for your own personal use, in addition to any of the polls which I might host for details that regards what we might do in the future, what we might go for in terms of direction, or any minutiae as such. And you have the opportunity to have your own section in the Discord server, if you should be so inclined. Not to mention, you will have your name listed here at the end of every single video in the credits. The tiers of Exponent and Ultraponent only go up and up and up, all the way in the Ultraponent tier to perhaps enabling us to do something of a sponsorship of whatever you might like, whether it's your creation or others. And besides, I thank you all for your time, whether you have come for just a few moments or you have joined us through and go all the way to being an Ultraponent in and of itself. I look forward to the next time. And until then, never miss your opportunities.